Why, hello, and welcome to the Captain's Cast. Hi, how are you on a Sunday? The Swords of Starships channel live, me, your host, Captain Garrett, and we are just shooting the breeze. I was going to say something naughty, but, you know, it's early in the stream, so got to do the Picard maneuver, adjust the captain's chair. It's a tale of two films with this upcoming Marvel. It is a tale of two films. We have, on the one hand, we have Avengers Doomsday with Dr. Doom, played by RDJ. And we have, on the other hand, Spider-Man Brand New Day. And the one nominally produced by Sony in partnership with Disney Marvel, and the other produced by Disney Marvel. One of these films, I believe, is going to be a disaster, and the other is not. That's my sense of it. I think that the hearts and minds of the Sony studio are in the right place. In the right place. I think Spider-Man 4, the fourth Tom Holland installation, I think it is going to absolutely destroy Doomsday. And there are rumblings, my dear sailors and starnauts, that Doomsday is doomed, that it's not doing well. So we'll check it out. Now, is it possible that it could be a great film? That would be Doomsday. Is it possible I could be wrong about this? Of course it is. Is it possible that Spider-Man Brand New Day could be a complete disaster? Of course it could. But it's the pattern, you see. How often am I really wrong about these things? I'm telling you. Could I be wrong? I think so. I don't think I'm going to be, though, because I'll tell you the problem. The problem is the same people that don't understand their fandom basically hate comic book fans and have stuffed all of their production teams with lame millennial fools. Fools, really. Who don't write good dialogue, who don't write original stories, and don't even have a script to shoot when they start shooting. They are still in the positions of power. Leadership matters, as the commander says over there at D-Day Cobra, and he is right about that. Vision matters. Vision matters greatly. And so we're going to talk about the state of Marvel and Doomsday. We're going to talk about we'll probably get into my thoughts on Alien Earth. I also am probably, I don't know how much I'll jump into it, but I think I'm going to do a full review on the channel of Dexter Resurrection because I had grave concerns. I was enjoying it the first couple episodes, but I had grave concerns the first couple episodes. This is one of the rare cases where the later episodes, I think where the season finale is next week, so far, I've got to tell you, it's really kicking some ass. It is really kicking some ass. I am cautiously optimistic that the season finale is going to be really awesome, and I have a sense of how it might actually be a true return to form for the character. That being said, I must reserve judgment. We may also discuss Alien Earth. Alien Earth is another fascinating case study. There are things in this show that are spectacular, but the show overall it's not as bad as Alien Romulus. I will give it that. It's not as derivative so far as Alien Romulus, and it even has some tantalizing possibilities for how it could connect the lore, really from the Ridley-verse to the Cameron-verse to whatever. But it's such a lame way to get at it in many ways. So that's enough. So we may get into that, and we've got lots more in the stack of stuff today. It is stuffed to the rafters, really. We have a little grave dancing to do later in the show. We've had some victories. Gamers, nerds, weebs, whatever you want to call us. We've taken a few scalps lately, folks, and it's time to celebrate. And we'll also be talking about Red Sonja. I thought I might watch it just to torture myself as content for you, but I ran out of time because I'm actually doing productive things now. I'm writing Galaxy-Born, Blood and Oak, working on videos for the channel, and quite a lot, Mr. Producer. Quite a lot, I would say. I think I deserve it. Thank you. I appreciate that. And we've also got some Grizzy shills. So dig in, my dear sailors and star nuts. We have much to discuss, but we have first and foremost, right off the bat, we have a super chat. Our very own Wrangler. Have I given Wrangler a rank on the ship? What should be his rank on the vessel, the Swords and Starships vessel, or his rating? We've got to think about this. Wrangler, I feel he's a bosun. Wrangler is the bosun on the ship. Quiet, taciturn, man of few words. He leaves a $4.20 super chat, says nothing, as is his custom. And he says, hey, everybody, sorry I can't hang today. Well, he said that before. The super chat said nothing, but he also said, can't hang out today, but I want to stop in real quick and drop a super chat. Thank you, Wrangler. I appreciate it. And you are officially the bosun on the ship. Redoubt Productions is in the chat. Redoubt Productions says, I'm over here struggling how to explain U.S. politics between 1815 to 1840 within one paragraph. Why did I put myself in this position? It's not 1815 to 1840. Well, the bard did say that brevity is the soul of wit. So see if you can. See if you can, Redoubt. I've recently been listening to some YouTube videos from Victor Davis Hanson. He is such a brilliant historian, and he is so good at World War II history because he always finds a way to reframe it in a way you've never thought of it before. When he compares like the reasons each belligerent went to war, the different economic conditions of each belligerent, it's just fascinating. He is so good at that, why it matters historically. In fact, I even earmarked a video where he talks about the historical revisionism around the decision to drop the nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I haven't shown that. It is excellent. He goes through the entire moral framework of that whole thing and how the modern sort of hand-wringing about it really does leave out a lot of historical context, and it's such a good video. I think I'm saving that for my Oppenheimer video, which is coming up soon. Fu Man Blue, the master at arms on the ship, is here and says, hail all. Logan is in the chat, says, Marvel Disney needs to bring back Jonathan Majors as Kang as the main big bad for the multiverse saga and scrap RDJ's Doctor Doom. Well, welcome aboard, Logan. It's good to have you, and this is great. You are digging into our topic today. I sort of agree with 75% of what you're saying because I really dislike the gimmickry of having Robert Downey Jr. be Doctor Doom. I just don't like that at all. It's to me it's analogous to having Chris Evans play a shall we say a Yahtzee Captain America. I would not like that. That would displease me greatly. I think that Robert Downey Jr. created, in many ways, the film version of Tony Stark. His interpretation of the character in conjunction with Jon Favreau in that first film was so brilliant and so unique. There was really no other superhero like him when that movie came out because you got to remember you had Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins, of which I am a great fan, but it was very grimdark, very serious, very gritty. And then, of course, you had the more bright Spider-Man films from Sam Raimi, and you had the Andrew Garfield film that come out. But you had never quite seen a character like Tony Stark, who was a billionaire, but loved being a billionaire, loved hot rods. Like, it was such lightning in a bottle. And to see them recontextualize him as a villain, to me, it's rather than being unique or interesting or putting a new spin on it, it's actually very reductive. I feel it's very common. I feel that having him play a villain is kind of an obvious choice, and I dislike it. It's an act of desperation, and we all know it, as do you. On Jonathan Majors, here's what I will say. That's never going to happen. It's like never going to happen because the actor, he done screwed up, and he's become culturally radioactive, so they can't bring him on. Could they recast Kang? Possibly. But the problem is Jonathan Majors actually is a pretty good actor. I know now I hate Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania with an absolute passion. It was my vote as worst film of the year in, was it 2023? So I despise that film. I loathe it. However, one of the things I did praise about it was Kang was actually halfway pretty interesting in that movie. I thought he was more interesting than the bad guy in Guardians of the Galaxy 3. You know, those movies both came out the same year, and everyone was super excited about the engineer or the evolutionist or something. I forget what the high evolutionary. I think that was the villain in Guardians 3, and everyone loved that guy. I thought he was clownish and over the top, but I liked the kind of quiet malevolence of Kang. The problem with Kang is we saw him defeated multiple times, so he suffers from the Kylo Ren syndrome. Kylo Ren was defeated by essentially a neophyte non-Jedi. Two, really. So two people that had no idea what to do with a lightsaber beat Kylo Ren in the first. So you've already poisoned the well. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it could ever work, personally. Think about it. Thanos was absolutely never, ever shown in any light less than total, absolute, dominant malevolence from the beginning all the way to the moment when he's defeated, until the exact moment that Tony Stark says, "And I am Iron Man," and snaps Thanos out of existence. Until that moment, Thanos was undefeatable. Thanos was a force of nature. Thanos was a nightmare scenario. A nightmare scenario. Kang never achieved that, and I don't think he ever had that potential. So that's my issue with Kang. But I did like Jonathan Majors. Unfortunately, he's radioactive, though. Kang the Conqueror deserves a massive comeback as the main big bad. I hear you. Sadly, I think that ship has sailed. Starfury is in the chat. Ahoy, Starfury, the master gunner on the ship. Fu Man Blue says he was trash, meaning Kane. He does not need to come back in any capacity. Starfury says there is no saving this shit, and unfortunately, I think you may be right. Under current leadership, I would argue that all you really need to do is start making good films again. Now, to that point, Spider-Man 4, Brand New Day, is looking like it's a return to, it's back to basics. We are actually doing practical web-slinging effects. We are insisting on that instead of the garbage volume. One of the reasons I hate Quantumania, I call it quantum nausea, one of the reasons I hate that film so much is because it is the absolute peak of CGI volume garbage, just shotgunning the screen with all kinds of random crap that has no context, no explanation, nothing in the movie feels lived in or interesting. It's like an AI-generated saturation of just whatever the hell they wanted to put in there because, it's the quantum zone. It's all random and wacky. And you know what it was? It was a Rick and Morty wannabe episode. And that was the problem with Quantum Mania. So what I like about Brand New Day, they're getting rid of the volume CGI web slinging. They're going back to practical effects. You got John Bernthal doing his thing as the Punisher. You've got Tom Holland out there, just being awesome for the fans and greeting them. There's a lot of good energy. There's a lot of good vibes going on there. Fu Man Blue says Downey Doom is just as bad, but they are creative. Are you saying bad? What's the word there? You misspelled it, Fu Man. They are creatively bankrupt, though, so they don't expect anything good from them, no matter the actors. They seem to have misunderstood. That would be the brass over there at Marvel Studios. They seem to have misunderstood what made them successful in the first place. What made them successful was excellent characters, good storytelling, and really a superhero story for a primarily male audience, because that's what the comic book audience is. It is a primarily male audience. And when they were making the film for that audience, they were successful, and they brought in a lot of female aficionados as well. But the primary goal was to tell a masculine story about superheroes saving the day and kicking ass and creating awesome power suits and getting superpowers and whatever, and hulking out and being a terrifying beast that was tearing apart the helicarrier. Like, that was the cool stuff. But it was rooted in good storytelling, good character work, and the kinds of ideas that make comic books successful in the first place. And then they turned it into a girl boss power fantasy, and they started focusing on DEI, and they became extremely focused on gimmicks and cameos and Easter eggs. And really, in a way, I feel like they started making Marvel films for TikTok content. They started making them so that TikTokers and YouTubers would farm all the Easter eggs for them. And what they got instead is a lot of people like yours truly who simply criticize their dog shit storytelling and their lame attempts to distract us with key jangling. And the only people that continue to find all the Easter eggs and celebrate whatever they do, no matter what, the quality, are the shills. So that is unfortunate, which brings me to our first topic. So we're going to get into Doomsday. It may not be looking good. It may not be looking good for the Doomsday film. I am going to pull up this video, Mr. Producer. And while I'm pulling it up, if you're enjoying the topics today and you're interested to hear more, put a like on the video. I'd really appreciate it. I really would. Mr. Producer, sound is active. Share screen. Hat tip Dave Cullen. Roll tape.
Disney Marvel have to be feeling the pressure now when it comes to Avengers Doomsday, especially considering that Pedro Pascal's character of Reed Richards is going to be the rumoured new leader of the Avengers going forward, because Fantastic Four First Steps has failed. It made only $9 million in its fourth weekend in the US, and as per Box Office Mojo, it's grossed only $472 million worldwide. Now, I guess it can reach $500 million or so, maybe a little over that at a push, but that's about it, really. This film was supposed to be the big turnaround movie for the MCU, and to set up the gargantuan Christmas tentpole of Avengers Doomsday coming next year. But because Fantastic Four First Steps wasn't successful, despite being a pretty decent movie, I would say, there's an added pressure now on Doomsday. They're trying to recapture the 2018-2019 energy and excitement of the Infinity War and Endgame two-parter. And they really were water cooler movies, no doubt about it. Whether you liked them or not, you can't deny they were big cinematic pop culture moments, and everyone was talking about them at the time. I don't think that Doomsday or Secret Wars will have the same impact. I think that moment in the superhero golden era, I think that moment is gone. So off the back of the outright box office flop of Fantastic Four First Steps, I think it's not looking good for Doomsday, because that film really needed the MCU to be carrying some more goodwill and momentum before its release, and audiences have just checked out, it seems. It doesn't bode well for next year's Avengers movie, and all the cameos and returning players under the sun won't be enough to bring audiences back in the kind of numbers the studio wants. They're pinning all their hopes on Robert Downey Jr.'s return, and the issue is the multiverse stuff is a mess. And it destroys the idea of consequences in a story, because there's no sense of jeopardy when a character can just be brought back from the dead, essentially, by introducing an alternate universe version of them. And character resurrections in science fiction have to be done very carefully, very well, and very rarely, or otherwise death loses its meaning if it can be undone too easily and too regularly in whatever contrived manner the plot incorporates. Now, on the subject of multiverses, I wanted to discuss a related topic. There's a scene you probably remember in that dreadful film Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, where Strange goes before an alternate universe assortment of characters who are the Illuminati. And you have Chiwetel Ejiofor as Mordo, the Sorcerer Supreme in that universe. Hayley Atwell is Captain Carter. Lashana Lynch is Maria.
Which is, it's really dumb that they refer to that character as Captain Carter. She should have been Captain Britain. That's the whole point. Captain Britain is what she should have been.
Rambo, Captain Marvel. John Krasinski is the Reed Richards of that universe, Fantastic Four Reed Richards. Anson Mount is Black Bolt, and Patrick Stewart returns as Charles Xavier. Now, none of these actors were on screen together during this scene. They were filmed separately, and it was all green screened. Also, I really don't like the fight they have with Wanda, where she just kills them like way too easily. I mean, she dispenses with the men very quickly, and then it becomes this pointless girl boss fight, right? Between herself, Captain Marvel, and Captain Carter. But I'm not here to review that fight or anything. I'm bringing it up because this was one of these scenes that was thrown in there as a cameo fest for the fans. And it sounds like we're going to be getting more of this kind of thing with Avengers Doomsday. As we know, the film will have a massive cast, including the original X-Men, the current Fantastic Four, the new Avengers, the Thunderbolts, and some of the old Avengers, and the return of a few other old faces. But it's likely going to have a lot of actors brought in, filmed in front of green screens, without other actors in front of them, just maybe stand-ins. And I don't like this kind of filmmaking. And the MCU has done this way too much. And a lot of these cameos are likely going to be nothing more than attempts to excite the fandom by bringing back legacy characters. Just novelty, really, member berries, nostalgia. I want to look at this article from Comic Book Movie.
I mean, here's one of the issues I think we're identifying here. In the beginning, the MCU was an interconnected story universe in which we had individual heroes or teams and their stories, and we followed those individual stories and heroes, but we knew kind of in the back of our mind that there was that they were in the same universe. There were hints that they were in the same universe, and we understood this. And then occasionally their stories would collide in a major event film like Avengers, right? Or Captain America Civil War. So the story was about the characters in the beginning. What we have now is I think that the Marvel Cinematic Universe has become about the story of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That's the problem. The problem is that every single film they do, every single one, has to be about the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In fact, I would consider Fantastic Four the exception that proves the rule, because the one thing I truly actually enjoyed about the Fantastic Four film this year is that it did not feel like this. It did not feel like it was a film about the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It felt like a film about the Fantastic Four in their own little world. Everything felt like it was their own. Now, the fact that it was a bit underwhelming as tension and stakes goes is neither here nor there. It was basically a really good Star Trek episode. It was not a particularly good superhero film, but it was very refreshing to simply be following the Fantastic Four without it having to be stuffed with all the Easter eggs. Now, they still had to shoehorn Doctor Doom in the post-credit scene and all that. Fine. That honestly is the most annoying part of the movie for me. That's the most... I'm like, oh. And now we have to be reminded that they are about to become part of the MCU movie. Every movie in the MCU is the MCU movie. It's MCU the movie. I like the interconnected universe. I like the characters being guest stars occasionally in each other's films. I like that. But we still have to remember that the foundational storytelling mechanic is Iron Man has an Iron Man movie. Spider-Man has a Spider-Man movie. The X-Men have an X-Men movie. And occasionally, they can guest star. Occasionally, we can have a big major event film. But we should not constantly have to be doing homework for all these films.
.com. It's linked below. It says, I don't know who I was acting with half the time. Alan Cumming opens up on Avengers Doomsday.
That's another point he's identifying here. I mean, so CGI in the early days made possible a filmmaker showing something that just would not have been possible before. And when that was the purpose of CGI, such as making dinosaurs real in Jurassic Park, for example, Dinosaur, that was a good use of CGI. Now CGI has become the tool of the lazy creative. It has you cannot make compelling films with characters in separate green screen rooms. Part of the reason that Iron Man became such a brilliant character is because of the artistic craft that Robert Downey Jr. brought to it. You don't get that with a volume and a green screen. Those things must serve the story. They must not become the story.
Doomsday challenges. Like Avengers Infinity War and Avengers Endgame before it, Avengers Doomsday is a highly secretive production. With so many actors needed on set, the Russo brothers are likely facing some unique challenges, though that's nothing new to them. With Avengers Infinity War, for example, Benedict Cumberbatch's busy schedule meant he wasn't with his co-stars a lot of the time. A double shot many of his scenes, with Cumberbatch's Doctor Strange later inserted into those. Several other actors in the same sequences never even met, and moviegoers were none the wiser. And I suppose if it works and produces the desired result in the final cut, then what's the big problem, right? Something similar is happening with Avengers Doomsday, and X2 X-Men United star Alan Cumming revealed some of the unique challenges he's faced on set while reprising his role as Nightcrawler. He says, I did this entire film in isolation, lots of green screen, face replacement, and he told Gold Derby they even gave characters fake names. I don't know who I was acting with half the time.
That is unbelievable.
While it's true.
That is incredible. This is a ludicrous way to make a movie. This is exactly my point. This is why I think this movie's going to be trash. I think it's going to be a disaster because here's the problem with Kevin Feige's leadership. He doesn't know how to hire creatives with vision. Here's the problem with visionaries. Visionaries are a risk. Visionaries, also known as great filmmakers, like, for example, Quentin Tarantino or Christopher Nolan. Takashi Yamazaki of Godzilla Minus One. They are the risk. And in the early days, when it's a low budget thing and nobody knows if it's going to work, occasionally a studio might take the risk. But then once it's a proven product, they remove the visionaries from the equation. They go and hire Sam Raimi, a visionary. They have him produce Multiverse of Madness, but they shackle him with all of their useless studio notes by people who don't know what the hell they're doing. It's a little early for the F-bomb, so we'll save that for later, Lieutenant Producer. And they produce corporate slop. The HR department is making these movies now. This reminds me of a clip. Let me see if I can find this, Mr. Producer. I'll roll tape while I'm looking for this.
That with a huge cast of actors like these, actor schedules are very difficult to juggle. So green screening and filming actors in isolation and compartmentalizing the shooting process is one method of dealing with this. But this is also part of Disney Marvel's approach to assembling their films, right? And it helps them make huge changes in post-production. It gives them the flexibility to fix stuff, alter entire scenes if they're not working, alter conversations, alter locations, make a lot of contextual modifications to certain situations, and also wholesale modifications to the story. But fans are not exactly thrilled with the sheer amount of green screening. And the other issue is the overuse of green screens has become very evident in the look of recent MCU films, where the locations just lack realism. Although this may seem like a great way of opening up new possibilities for the film in the editing stage, it's also one of the things that has contributed to considerable increases in budgets for these films over the years, and also contributed to the declining quality of CG in some instances, because the films are basically designed from the beginning to be heavily reworked in post-production, thus meaning that directors expect to be able to rely on CG artists more to help them perfect and tweak things. If there's issues with the script, or if some things weren't finished in the script, right, they can make changes in post and effectively make considerable story alterations. They can still be changing the script even in post-production, but this flexibility comes at a financial cost. More post-production time means more money, more expense. And the more CG heavy the film becomes, the more the quality can decline. And the CG becomes obvious because the artists are just given way too much work to do and they have a limited amount of time to do it. And that's really one of the biggest issues when it comes to the quality of CG, which is time. Artists need the time. Otherwise, they're just churning out content as fast as possible, and it's just not going to be as good. So I think to help lower budgets, it would help if more often scripts were actually completed before shooting began. What a wild idea.
He's exactly right about that. Hat tip, Dave Cullen. Yeah. How about we complete the script? I can't. This is insane to me. This timeline we live in is unbelievable. I remember being in film classes, and it was like Film Studies 101. And they would say the purpose of the script is so we can have the shot list, and the purpose of the shot list is so that everyone knows what we're going to be doing before principal photography. Because if you try to do principal photography without a script, nobody knows what they're doing. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Oh, that's not how it's done anymore. No, Kevin Feige says, I want you to go get a bunch of green screen crap of various different actors who don't even know who they're interacting with, and we'll just see what happens. So that reminded me of this clip of Ian McKellen on the set of The Hobbit. This is incredible. This is not how an artist creates. It just is not. This is the problem with the corporate shareholders and HR department running art. This is why Doomsday, in my opinion, in my estimation, is going to be crap. Because just look at this. This is Ian McKellen on the set of The Hobbit.
Filming the bag end scenes in The Hobbit was something of a struggle for Ian McKellen in particular, because the new system they used in The Hobbit forced them to have 2 different sets. This meant that Ian never actually acted against the other actors, other than in rehearsals. He had to listen to audio cues for his lines, look at these little signs to pretend that the characters were there, and for someone who's used to traditional acting, this was a huge struggle for him the first couple of days, even to the point where in the beginning he almost didn't want to do the movie at all.
The task I have in mind will require a great deal
I got absolutely miserable and had a little cry to myself.
It was so distressing and off-putting and difficult that I thought, I don't want to make this film if this is what I'm going to have to do. It's not what I do for a living. I act with other people. I don't act on my own.
We felt sorry for him being just dumped in green screen land, and we wanted to make him feel a little bit better. We wanted to make him feel loved.
Filming the bag end scene.
What's incredible is, like, you couldn't have had occasionally some of the other actors there in the scene. You couldn't have like shot it a couple of different ways so that you could still have the actors there. They just weren't going to be in the shot, or have them off camera speaking to him. I mean, I feel like there would have been workarounds for this, but you see the misery. His craft is a social craft. Part of how actors create is by interacting and feeding off the energy of the other actors. You've probably seen films. A great example of a brilliant film is the film Heat. Okay, Heat, which is about a cop played by Al Pacino trying to hunt down bank robbers who are led by Robert De Niro. And it was notable because I believe it was the first, don't quote me on this, but I believe it was like the first film where De Niro and Pacino starred opposite each other. So it was like 2 greats meeting. In any case, there's a scene where the bank robber and the cop are basically having a kind of, verbal chess match in a coffee shop, and it's freaking brilliant. It's like it's just one of those classic, iconic scenes where they're kind of sparring with each other and threatening each other subtly, and it's just awesome. There's no way you get a scene like that with one actor just filming it alone, not even knowing the character he's talking to. Just say the lines. We're going to give you a code name for the character, and then halfway around the world, you film the other half of it. There's no way you get a scene like that. So this is the foundation of my prediction that Doomsday is not going to be a good film. I would say that if I was being as detached and objective as possible, I would say I think it has a shot at being a little better than mediocre. It might be kind of like Superman 2025. It might be kind of a 7 out of 10 if I'm being optimistic, but I suspect it'll be a little below par. But the truth is, if I'm telling you what I really think, and I tell you what I really think on the Captain's Cast, I think it's going to be garbage. I really do. I think the plot's going to be a mess. I think it's going to be stuffed with a bunch of meaningless cameos. I think that the overall storyline is going to be stuffed with so much multiverse crap that it's going to rob it of all real stakes and tension. I think there is going to be a truckload of stupid, not funny millennial humor undermining every 20 seconds of the film. I think that when people start rightfully roasting it for the trash that it is, the shills are going to trot out there and start calling them racist, sexist, and everything else. I think the entire cycle is going to completely repeat itself. I think the media is going to start writing puff pieces about how, well, it's doing better than this movie or that movie. It's performing somewhat well internationally and probably will have a good run. And then it's going to have that cataclysmic second or third weekend drop off, and then we're going to go through the whole cycle of it's good. Okay, well, it's good, but it had problems. Okay, can we talk about how it wasn't really good now? And the cycle will be complete. Because the same stupid people are running the studio. The same just unimaginative, out of touch people are still running the studio, and they are going to do all of the same things that they've been doing for the last, how many years has it been? 5? 5 years of this. 5 years. They've learned nothing. They've learned absolutely nothing. Their task is to figure out how to make a movie we want to see while hating our guts. That is the task before Kevin Feige and the rest of the idiots running Marvel Studios and Disney. Their task is to find out how the stupid, racist, toxic fan base who spend their time liking silly, childish characters in tights, how they can get that ew, gross population to come and see their movie, which is an exercise in futility, because great art can only be created from a place of love and craftsmanship. That's why Ian McKellen is breaking down in that video and crying, because that's not a place of craftsmanship. And by the way, Peter Jackson deserves criticism for putting him in that position, because you could say, well, what is Peter Jackson to do? He has to create this. He has to create the dwarves, and he has to create this giant-looking wizard, and he's got to get them all working together. He's the director. The actor just needs to trust him. And the reality is, if you're in a position of leadership, the trust of your people must be earned. And as a director, your task is to anticipate and understand the needs of your fellow creatives, because, you know, an author writes with a pen, but the tool of a director is an army. And you must understand the needs of your troops. You just have to. So the fact that Peter Jackson seemed to quite badly misunderstand the craft of Sir Ian McKellen, who had delivered such a brilliant trilogy, helped him deliver such a brilliant trilogy with the character of Gandalf, is, in my view, a failure of leadership. And probably a contributing factor to why, while I regard the Lord of the Rings trilogy as the greatest films ever made, I find the Hobbit trilogy rather boring. I think I've watched them a grand total of one time all the way through, and I've never watched them again. I watched what was the first one called? An Unexpected Journey. I think I watched that one twice. The rest of them I watched one time, and that was all I needed. Tells you a lot, doesn't it? In fact, now that I think about it, that stupid river barrel chase was one of the most lame things I've seen in a movie in a long time, because it was like a carnival ride. And I'm like, this is not what I remember enjoying when I read the book The Hobbit. Of course, though, Bard killing Smaug was one of the most breathtakingly brilliant scenes in cinema history. I will grant him that. So, highs and lows. Highs and lows. Fu Man says, I think it's adorable that they think enough people care about their work to be secretive. They really lack self-awareness. They are no longer relevant. Staffyette says, current day movie making is garbage. Technology has actually been a detriment to the craft. To Mr. Feige, I have an idea. Make a good movie. Bingo! That's really all we need. That's all we need. Just make a good movie. What is it that Dr. Jordan Peterson once said? Beware of unearned wisdom. Beware of unearned wisdom. I think unearned wisdom is exactly what describes Kevin Feige. He looks at the success he had in collaboration with the team that were working together, including guys that are no longer there, like Ike Perlmutter. It was their vision that created the early successes of the MCU, and Feige thought that gave him the wisdom to guide the ship alone. And unfortunately, he's wrong about that. At the end of the day, every film is, at its core, the same fundamental thing. It is a work of artistic entertainment. It will be judged by the customers who go to see it. And at the end of the day, that is your first and only priority when embarking upon creating a work of fiction. You must keep in mind the reader, the viewer, the customer, the player in the case of video games. They are your first concern. Artists live and breathe for the audience. I know I do. And truly, truly great artists are themselves the first member of the audience of their work. That's just how it is. If you are not the first member of your audience and you're writing something, you are doing a job. You are phoning in a product. Takashi Yamazaki loves military history. He clearly loves the Godzilla mythos, and he produced a film that was passionate. I'm speaking of Godzilla -1, of course. That was passionate, emotional, moving, rooted and grounded in real, visceral history. To this day, the climactic showdown between Shikishima and Godzilla, where he's flying the Shinden prototype fighter plane, when that scene, the first time I saw it, it was amazing. And I remember thinking, oh, what a cool idea for a fictional plane. I had no idea that the Shinden fighter prototype was real. It was a real design. I didn't know that until after I'd seen the movie. But the funny thing was that, the moment when Shikishima is taking off and he's testing the abilities of the plane, it just felt so real that I just knew this is someone who has a true passion for this military history. You could just feel it. And it's not at all surprising to learn that that plane was a real plane that was designed. It's in museums in Japan. That's where Takashi Yamazaki first saw the design of the plane, in museums. And he channeled that passion into the creation of a great climactic set piece. A corporate executive goon like Kevin Feige doesn't think this way. Doesn't understand any of this. He's a pencil pusher. He's the fucking clown in HR who signs the paychecks. That is why, and I regret to tell you this, Logan. I regret to tell you this. That is why Avengers Doomsday is going to be trash. It's going to be garbage. I dare them to prove me wrong. I really do. Nothing would make me happier. Nothing would make me happier than to see that film and say, wow, it is a brand new day at Marvel. That would be a twist. Would that not be a twist, my dear chat? I think it would. Crowbar the Skull is in the chat. Says, make him a towel boy. Who's a towel boy? Oh, Mr. Feige. Yes. I know, Star Fury. It's a real plane. I did not know that. The first 2 times I saw the movie. I saw that film 4 times in theaters, and it wasn't enough. It was not enough. I wish I could. I want them to put it in theaters again. I saw it 3 times in color, once in black and white. Loved it every time. What's funny is there's no post-credit scene in Godzilla -1, but I sit through those credits every time because the soundtrack's so good, and I'm listening to it on the theater speakers. I'm just enjoying it, But the Shinden fighter that Shikishima flies at the end of Godzilla -1 is a real prototype plane that the Japanese designed in the closing days of the war, but it never really saw combat. It's so cool. That is so cool. I just love that. But my larger point, of course, is that is the source of real creation, is artistic, passion. It's about love. Love of the game. Love of the game! That's what it's about. And that's what created the first 3 phases of Marvel. The first 3 phases of Marvel were for love of the game. Nobody had ever seen anything like the Marvel Cinematic Universe before there was a Marvel Cinematic Universe. There was nothing at all like it. And conventional wisdom at the time held that it was not possible. It was not possible to make compelling films if they were all dependent on each other's canon. And the critic opinion of the early phases of Marvel was that they were pretty good movies, but they suffered from the problem of being weighed down by being connected to the other films. And it's fascinating that now the new conventional wisdom is, how do we connect absolutely every film ever freaking made to a web of sequels and interconnected stories? And that's like the new normal. But that was created because of the individual successes of those early films and the creative vision of the early work. They were handcrafted. Now, also, in the stack of stuff, I may not cover all of this, but the Critical Drinker and the boys over there at Open Bar were having a conversation about this, so I thought I would just check in with their thoughts on Avengers Doomsday.
It's like if you were going to say to somebody, how do you think they make a movie? The first thing, well, they write a script. And that's the bit that Marvel isn't doing. Like, they don't do step 1 before they move on to anything else. Anyone...
It's so true. What's the first step in writing a movie? I bet everyone, even the shills, even the Disney shills could answer this one, I would think. Well, you write a script. No, that's wrong. Not if you work for Marvel. The first step in making a film is having a random actor perform 7 scenes in which they are talking to 8 other characters, but they're doing it in their kitchen on a Zoom call without knowing who in the scene they're actually talking to or even how their lines are going to fit into the larger context. That's the first step in making a film in Kevin Feige's world.
Everyone else in the world would think that is insane, but to them, they've done it before. Even the articles are like, well, they made good movies when they did it like this before. It's like, yeah, but you're setting yourself up for the hardest way to make a good movie, rather than giving you as much opportunity to make something good.
This argument that the media makes is that, well, that's how they did it. That was the secret to their success. No, it isn't. This is such a lame canard that the media loves to run with. Yes, there is a level of improvisation in every film project. It's just how it is. There are always going to be scenes that are ad-libbed. There's always going to be things that are changed in post. Some amount of improvisation is part of the creative process. Nobody's denying that. But that doesn't mean you don't have a finished script. There is a right way to... How do we even have to make this argument? How do we even have to establish... This should be the baseline established fact, that you need a finished script. It doesn't have to be never changed. Of course, there could be changes on the fly, but you're not going to have... You don't just go get Michael Shannon and shoot all of his Zod scenes for The Flash without him even knowing who's in the movie.
They start at step 2. That's a whole step further than everyone else. So that's faster. It's ahead of the pack. Wow. Yeah.
It was like
the results.
I think it was the Namor actor. It came out and said when all the chairs were there, he found out he was in the movie 5 hours before the chairs had all their things filmed. This is not a movie which is planned in
They just said, like, yeah, he's gonna be there. He's there. Like, wait. So I'm part of this movie. I didn't even get a script. Who cares? You're there.
They're all under contract anyway, because wasn't that guy from the Eternals talking about this, where he was signed on for a 6-picture deal, acting like that was a guaranteed, like you're going to be in 6.
That's right. That was Kumail Johnny was like, oh, I was signed on for 6 films, and he's crying now. He's crying on social media because I never even got my second film from the Eternals, and that's not fair. And it's like, listen, you twit. You seem to be under the misapprehension That the purpose of making a film is so that you get to have a job times 6. And that's not the purpose of making a film. The purpose of making a film is to sell tickets to moviegoers. If your film doesn't sell tickets, it means that you serve no purpose. That is the harsh reality. In fact, I probably have the tweet. I'll find it.
Movies like Starno. No, that's not how it works. It just means they've got the option to bring you back for 6 movies because they know they might need you.
That's what it used to be in the fucking 50s and 60s, where they would contract actors for 5 or 6 films, and then they would just be locked in there forever. So if they had big hits or no hits, that was just the way it worked. And they're going back to that. All these actors, like someone at Disney, in Star Wars, saying that, she couldn't get any roles afterwards for like 2 or 3 years, and she felt burnt out and didn't know how to act anymore. So all these stories of strange disassociation from Hollywood by getting to the peak where you think the big opportunities will be.
So it's like the music industry, basically.
Yeah.
Like they have the control of your soul for like you have to put out this amount of albums for this amount of years. Before we let you go. It's crazy.
I mean, I could sort of understand the need for it in like an extended universe.
Yeah, here I found it. Here it is. This is the post I'm talking about. Kumail Nanjiani. Here it is. He reveals that he signed on to play Kingo in 6 MCU films and a video game. Quote, you're like, okay, so I'll be doing Marvel movies every year, and in between I'll do my own little things. None of that happened. Oh, no. Oh, that's so sad. Where's my music, Mr. Producer? Why are theater goers so heartless? Why don't they understand? The purpose of your ticket price is to fund the lives of stunning and brave actors, writers, and producers. It's a donation, really. You're donating your time and attention and your money so that they get to live on a millionaire salary. To withhold that is the cruelest form of abuse. To feel like you have something better to do than to spend 2.5 hours watching the Eternals and spending money and buying concessions. To think you have something better to do is to strangle a struggling, starving multimillionaire artist. And you should be ashamed. It's unbearable, really. Roll tape.
Verse like Marvel, where like, okay, you introduce a character in one movie, they're probably going to need to make appearances in other films or TV shows or whatever, and so you need them on a contract so they can't just like either vanish or hold you up for insane amounts of money to get them back. So I sort of understand the necessity for that, but it's like I feel bad for that dude who was like assuming it was a guaranteed, oh yeah, I'm going to be in 6 movies, and it's understand what I was supposed to be doing or what my role was in the movie or anything. It's literally just me in a green screen room, and then everything else is just going to be sorted out later.
Yeah.
And what a hell of a way to make a movie. What a depressing way to be making movies. Because
crazy Jigsaw,
Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler was a pretty cool character in the X-Men movies, and he had a significant role in the story. There was things for him to do, but imagine being relegated to just, I'm just in a green room, just saying generic lines that could be substituted for anything.
The Fall of Grace, man. He has arguably one of the best opening acts in X-Men 2, like in Marvel history. That opening act where he just takes on the whole entire CIA by himself, like
It's awesome. It's iconic.
Yeah. So iconic, man. Like
nothing stops them from recreating moments like that in modern media, but they just, they're not going to do it ever. Like they're going to opt for every other way.
But in the future, though, I mean, the big stars with the heavyweight, prestige. Why do they even need to go to a studio? They could have their own green room area in their own house, and they can just bring around.
That is a depressing thought. All right, hat tip, critical drinker. So that gives us a flavor for it. So that's Doomsday. I think Marvel is Doctor Doomed. They have simply learned nothing. Simply learned nothing. Now, on to our next topic. So I stumbled upon a trailer for a new film. I believe it's an independent film. I must say, the captain is overdue for a haircut. Look at this. It's a disaster. It's a disaster, Mr. Producer. I've just been so busy. Now, Daniel Day-Lewis is one of the greatest actors of all time. He just is. And sometimes I think he's even overacting a little, and I don't care because it's so much fun to watch. He plays these crazy, over-the-top, strangely lifelike characters like Bill the Butcher in Gangs of New York or Daniel Plainview in There Will Be Blood, one of my favorite films. He played Lincoln to perfection. Like, he's just an incredible, incredible actor. He is going to be starring opposite Sean Bean, another incredible actor, in a film called Anemone. Anemone. Now, I have not seen this trailer. I wanted to watch it with you. And let's just see what we think about it, shall we? Let me grab... yes, let me share audio. Here we go.
All these years, the isolation. This is it. This is my life.
Do we have sound? Do we have sound, chat? Bill the Butcher's probably my favorite villain from any movie, says Redoubt Productions. That is an excellent choice. That is an excellent... Dude, Bill the Butcher... This is the crazy thing, Redoubt. You probably know this. That was a real historical figure. Like, he was for real. If you have not seen Gangs of New York, it is a must-watch. It is a must-watch. It is about Civil War era New York City and the real riots that broke out at the time, and just the gang wars in the Five Points neighborhood. It's one of... It might be Martin Scorsese's finest work. Let me just make sure that I've got my audio active here, because, yeah, it should be good. It should be good, Mr. Producer. I just wasn't seeing it registering on the board. Roll tape.
I've seen my share
there
of
it
lost
is.
souls, brother. I'm beyond your reach, Jem. No. The Invisible Man, Ray Stalker. How long was it, brother? When you went limping off into the woods? What, 20 years? Why did he leave us? The army teaches you to grin and bear it. The war with crime, and we were the phantom soldiers.
Ray never spoke to me about what happened over there.
I can't help you. Till he's telling me what happened. Is that a question? What do you want from me, brother? What do you want?
What in the hell is this movie about? I have no idea what this is about. It's, you know, it's always so ballsy when a trailer it's already an independent film, right? So it's already got to work harder to find its audience than some, you know, mega multi-million dollar, you know, Marvel boondoggle. This, unlike those films, this film has to really work to get attention. And it's like, I'm not even going to tell the viewer anything about the story at all. I'm just going to show you these awesome actors doing their thing. And even though I have no clue what this is about yet, I mean, obviously it has something to do with some kind of possible war crime and what's going on there, I'm still pretty into it. I'm still like, I probably am going to watch this, even if this trailer gives me no sense of what this is about at all.
You're going to hell, brother. Family reunion.
Oh, that is a killer line. Oh, that's a good line. Oh, that's a line that's so good as a writer. You're like, oh man, I wish I thought of that. I'm mad I didn't think of that. That's a good one. I have no clue what this is about. This might be a science fiction movie based on some of what I'm seeing. I think this looks like a crime drama. He did something bad, and this is like a detective who's trying to get to the bottom of it. But if you gaze into the abyss gazes into you. I'll probably watch it. Let's just be honest. I'll probably watch it. I just like the actors too much. Wrong screen, Mr. Producer. There we go. That's a good guess, Redoubt. Dealing with the psychological impact of the Troubles in Ireland. Very, very possible. I mean, you're probably pretty close to what's going on there. I'm deeply curious. Stavire says he does great mustache. He really nails it on mustache. Like, mustache is truly powerful in this film. So, I don't know. What do you think, chat? I'm going to put a poll in the chat. And this is... Should I do this, Mr.? This is probably not the audience for it. To hell with it. For the captain, you've seen both at this point, so we'll just see what you think. Long hair or short hair? Because I'm getting a haircut. I'm going to ask the most important people in my life, my beloved audience. Just kidding, Mom. Just kidding. I'd rather spend time with surly Star Fury than my own mother. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I don't mean that. I'm joking. No offense, Star Fury. Okay, what else have I got in my stack of stuff? Oh, yes. We have some errands to attend to, my dear chat. You see, we need to do just a little bit of, wait for it. I've already screwed it up, damn it. We need to do a little bit of grave dancing.
What are you laughing at?
That's right. We have a little bit of grave dancing to do because we gamers have taken a scalp. And Asmongold has the report for us. Mr. Producer, if you would. So, if you don't know, DEI, that would be left-wing wackoism, has taken over basically all of the AAA gaming studios and are destroying all of our favorite things. And the days in which they could get away with it are over.
The illegal migrant simulator is insane. So a few days ago, how many days ago? 2 days ago, I make a video about this and I talk about it. And this has attracted a tremendous amount of attention. So the girl that did it has deleted her account. The website that made it has been shut down. The video on the Gamescom website has been turned off and it's been privated. This has been a complete fucking obliteration. And I asked the question because the game hasn't been released.
Think about this. Think about this. We have suffered the destruction of so many of the things we hold dear. Star Trek, Star Wars, Indiana Jones, you name it. The Witcher, Willow, it's all, and they've got their eye on Warhammer. They are just salivating. The DEI wackos, these fat Karens with the bull nose ring. What do they call it? The hell is that thing called? The bull nose ring. They cannot wait to get their hands on the Warhammer universe. They can't wait to do it, chat. And guess what? These wackos live in fear of a man who lives in his attic like an animal because he represents us. The consumer, the customer, the gamer, the nerd. The nerd.
Yet. Did I get the game deported or did I get it aborted?
Can it be both?
Ah, jeez, guys. That's a tough one, isn't it? Oh, man. Absolute and total win. Yep, that's right. This is somebody crying about my video and what I did. Hypocrite and hypocritical losers take us north.
Video games are art.
All right, that's enough. So yeah, anyway, that.
Guess what? I can tell you exactly the argument that guy was about to make. He was about to make the exact argument that I've been quoting. You see, the purpose of a video game is not to entertain gamers. That's not the purpose. The purpose of a video game is so that artists have a space to create art. That's the purpose. The purpose is so that I get to make video games and get paid for it. That's the purpose of video games. Not anymore.
Retard talks about me all the time. Anytime this guy has any sort of motion, it's whenever he's complaining about me. I know him. I've seen his videos before. He's just a moron. So it's not really worth taking seriously or looking at or thinking about at all. And so, yeah, I don't want to hear about it. I don't care what you think is hypocritical. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter to me. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. And so, yes, anyway, cry about it, bitch about it, tweet about it, make videos about it, mauled about it. That's fine. It's all okay to me. And anyway, because you know why? You know why it's okay? It's because it worked. Remember what I said earlier about how the only thing that I do is I look at where I am and where I want to be, and I get there? It worked. I don't care about maintaining some form of consistency. I don't give a shit about that. I care about achieving a goal, and we achieved the goal.
So far, the chat's 100% short hair for the captain. If I put bald as a third option, would you have selected bald? Be honest with me. You know you would have done that. I don't know, I got to figure out how to create mods for my Twitch channel because all I get is these stupid, I have to go ban this bot on Twitch.
We shut this shit down. We completely suppressed this. Totally shut these people out. Massively shit on them.
It's so beautiful.
After funding a game, Take Us North, about illegal immigration to the USA, after Asmongold, reacted to the Gamescom video about the game, it was quickly set to private hours later. What was wrong with the game, though? It's not a game. It was propaganda.
Exactly.
It was propaganda meant to misrepresent.
What have I been saying is the problem with woke storytelling? It's propaganda. What have I been saying is the problem with woke storytelling? Sorry, I had to mute that. All right. I need the creator dashboard, Mr. Producer, so I can get rid of this bot. I have bots in my only viewers on Twitch are bots. It's just an experiment, you know. Oh, there's a viewer. Oh, it's me. Oh, no, it's me. All right, stream manager. Okay. But yes, that's the problem. They don't see Marvel stopped making movies and they started making propaganda.
Represent people that are illegally entering the country, and it also whitewashed people like coyotes and the people who are effectively human traffickers that get people across the border, and in the process of that violently sexually abuse them in some cases, rape them. They bring over drugs as well. I mean, that's the reason why you're whitewashing literal criminal rapists and trying to make it into some kind of like fucking hero's journey. Get the fuck out of here. Absolutely not. Why censor? Yeah. And so they glorified, yeah, fuck that. Yeah, it's a game. It's meant to send over misinformation. And you can see this, right? Amaze nominee. And you can see all of these pathetic
Star Fury said yes. Yes, he would have chosen bald. You would have. He'd want me to show up just shaved head, just totally bald. That would be so much white. That'd be worse than Picard. You couldn't even watch the stream anymore. You'd be blinded by just the sheen, the glisten of light off of that much whiteness. It'd be way too much. It's bad as it is.
Pathetic, embarrassing video game organizations that, you know, that gas this up. And I can guarantee you that these decisions were made by Karens, and everybody knows it. And so I want to say to all of these organizations, please keep doing this. This is great content for me. I love doing this. Never stop making games like this, okay? Like, I'm going to lose out on so much content if this actually...
Fu Man Blue isn't bald. I've met Fu Man Blue. I don't recall. I don't think you were bald, Fu Man. At the meetup, at the Nerdrotic meetup. But Staffire says, join the bald club with me and Fu Man Blue. That's what I never pictured Star Fury as bald. Fascinating. Picture him as kind of a grizzled character, you know.
Goes away. Like, I'm worried that maybe I should take a step back. Maybe I should take a step back from get going on these games, because it's like, you look at what happened to the white rhinos, huh? Now they're gone. They're dead. They went extinct. Like, maybe it's better to keep them as an endangered species so we can hunt them for sport every once in a while, but we don't ruin the whole flock. Because I feel like we're killing all of them. We're killing them all. Metaphorically. And so anyway, yeah, we're running out. I'm running out of games to go after. I don't know what's going to happen. What am I going to do? Am I going to have to actually play video games sometime soon? What the fuck? What do you mean I'm going to have to play video games? Slow the culling. Yeah, this is awful. How could this happen to me?
Slow the culling.
Yeah, play games. Fuck this. Yeah, I know. I'm losing my fucking mind. And so anyway, basically, even the person that created the game got shut down. This is funny. USA and processing the trauma from being a minority with real audio clips from real illegals. I have to see this. I have to see it. I want to watch it. This is content. Wait a minute. Okay, we might have something here. Let's get it. Oh.
Because my pronouns are she, her, and yeah.
Shit! They're currently.
If you announce your pronouns, it's a dead giveaway that you're a fucking wacko. A wacko. A lunatic. I literally think that our society has become so successful that we are going insane. We are literally like parrots that have been stuck in isolation for years and start to pluck out their own feathers. I think that's literally the psychosis that explains the absurdity of explaining to others the obvious. It's a dead giveaway. Just announce your pronouns so I know to avoid an insane person.
That's right. It's crazy. It's crazy how much of a self-report that is, isn't it? And so anyway, let me see if I can go back and look at this here and find it. And where'd it go? Oh, you could see. So Elon Musk actually asked me, he says, is Microsoft really funding this company? I said, I'm actually not sure. I don't think it's direct funding, but maybe from a VC that's a couple levels of removal from Microsoft instead. Most cynical evaluation, it's funded by a group from so Microsoft wants to launch their ideas by not getting Microsoft involved with it. Do you want to know what's really sad? Is that I was wrong. Microsoft promoted it themselves. I was actually, like, I thought to myself, there's no way Microsoft would ever do this.
So I want to flag this. So listen, this is under the column good news, chat. This is under the column good news. And I believe, Fu Man Blue, you were telling me on Discord, you were just a little bit upset about some news of the world and just felt like the globalists are winning and so forth. And I was saying, actually, they're losing, right? They're losing. We are winning. This is what it doesn't, just because we've landed on the beaches of Normandy doesn't mean the war is over. So don't misunderstand. It's not that we don't have work to do. It doesn't mean that we don't have a lot more ideological war to go, because we do. Because we do. Would you believe that there's this character played by Malcolm McDowell in Star Trek Generations, Soren, Dr. Tolian Soren, and his plan is he wants to get back to this paradise in this anomaly called the Nexus. It's like this heaven place, and he wants to get back to it. And Captain Picard is having this conversation with Soren, who's willing to destroy an entire planet to get back to this paradise. And it's a populated planet, right? And so Picard is trying to, like, convince him not to do it, and he's like, would you believe, Captain, that there was a time I would never have hurt a fly? But then the Borg came, and they taught me a different lesson. You know, they destroyed his family and all this. And it's funny, I just think about that because there was a time when I really thought that we should tolerate crazy, wacko ideas. And in a legal sense, of course, we should, because free speech and all of that. And I am a free speech absolutist. But I mean, in terms of personal advocacy, right? That we are discouraged from believing with confidence that we are right about something in our modern society. And that's because we live in a pluralistic society. That's a good thing. But there was a time when arguments from the other side about, but you have to understand context and you have to listen to this. And it's like, really, I don't. I'm at a point where once the proponents, these wackos, the proponents of DEI and all this crap, once they became completely hostile, bullying, violent, anti-free speech, like they would put people in jail if they could for speech. They try all the time. Once they made that the social contract, it changed how I view it. And so now I have a new policy, which is everywhere DEI, wokeness, wackoism exists, it must be discredited and it must be ideologically defeated. And that's it. We win. This wacko, crazy insanity loses. Until the day I die, that is how I view it. And my point is, in bringing up this video, 2 or 3 years ago, Microsoft would have got away with this. They're not getting away with it anymore. It is becoming absolutely impossible to run a crazy DEI firm that stuffs a whole bunch of political garbage into video games and destroys it. It is becoming increasingly impossible for these game companies to get away with this. Trying to secretly propagandize their audience and socially engineer people. They're not in control of the culture anymore. They still have a foothold, but it's quickly becoming a toehold. And one day, this crap won't even, it'll be laughed at. It won't even make it this far. So, doesn't mean we get complacent or underestimate the enemy. But things are changing, and we are changing them simply by speaking out and making choices and, let's face it, doing a little trolling. It's called a little trolling. Mr. Grizzy, I often say, Mr. Grizzy is performing a service to humanity. And what is that service to humanity? Well, he shows us what the shills say when they lie about Disney and Disney, Marvel, and Star Wars. And it irritates them. And that is a service to humanity, because it means that you can no longer shame, browbeat, or attempt to weaponize empathy against one group of people because they have a different opinion than you. The day of the cancel pig is over. A new day of sanity has begun. So take heart.
This is so stupid. This is so ridiculous. There's no way they would do this. And here we are. And there it is. It's financed by the German government. Maybe we should finance a game against the German policies nowadays. Talk about how Germany censors people and doesn't allow them freedom of speech. Maybe about how they try to make political parties like the AfD illegal. Maybe we should make a video game like that, and call it Among Us or Wolfenstein. Yeah, I guess we already did, didn't we? And so anyway, this week we're shining a spotlight on Anima Creates, and you can see right here this no longer exists. And their upcoming game, Take Us North. Find out how the Xbox developer empowered the indie studio to create a narrative adventure survival game that follows the poignant journeys of a diverse set of characters. Promoting an illegal immigrant simulator is beyond shameful. Well, we deported it. The site is shut down. The video is privated. The creators have deleted all of their accounts, and every vestige of this game has been removed from the internet.
Now we see the woke wackos for the cowards they are. Cowards. 5 years ago, if you said one wrong thing about the jab, about the pronouns cult, or any of the other sacred cows, they would get you fired, banned, removed from platforms, debanked if possible. Now that everyone can have their fair say, look at what happens. This account wasn't nuked by censorship. This Anima game group, they were not deplatformed. They were not canceled or removed for content violations or by some mod. They removed their account themselves because they cannot handle free speech. They cannot handle an open debate. Their ideas are so bad They are so poorly founded, and they themselves are such weak-minded people. Really uninformed, ignorant people, some of them probably pretty stupid people, if you want to be honest. They are so ill-equipped to handle a robust public debate, democracy, in other words, that they hide. When they can't silence their ideological enemies, when they no longer have the power of the HR department to wield against their ideological opponents, they run and they hide. Because they're cowards. All tyrants, at the end of the day, are cowards.
This is another total Karen obliteration.
Karen obliteration.
The Kickstarter is still up? Why am I not surprised? Maybe it was a psyop. I'm going to let you know. If you come back and you try to talk about it again, oh, there just might be another video.
Yes.
Oh, we just might have to do it again. And the thing is now, by the way, because I did it the first time and it worked, everybody is going to do it again. Everybody will. And so, yeah, Mike, there will be for sure.
There is nowhere to hide. Where is my music?
And am I being a gatekeeper? I absolutely am. I am being a gatekeeper.
Exactly. You think you're going to come after Berserk or Warhammer or any of our other beloved IPs? This is what's waiting for you. To the wackos. This is what's waiting for you. There will be no more cancel pig victories. There will be no more manipulation. Because now we are ascendant. And you have shown us the tactics that win. Woke gaming is dead. It just doesn't know it yet. It's finding out real quick, though.
Keeper as much as I possibly can. And add another faction called the Hunters. Called the Hunters. I love that. So, yeah, make it realistic. Yeah, there you go. Sure about Minneapolis? No. Can you gatekeep War 2? Yeah, I'm going to get to that. Let me get to that as soon as I can. And anyway, so it shows to what end radicalized leftists will go to radicalized kids. Yes, this was a video game that was effectively, it was literally propaganda. And it was financed, unfortunately, and supported, unfortunately, directly by Microsoft. I thought there's no way that they did this. They did. I was wrong. They canceled the game, so technically we won. Yes, we beat the game by destroying it. I want to let you know that I will continue to do this. By closing their website and their video, they're admitting it's wrong. It's a huge W. I don't care whether they think it's wrong or not. Maybe they're afraid of the pushback, and I don't care what the reason is. I just don't want media.
Bingo. That is such a great way to frame it. You know, that's really what I was trying to explain earlier. Back in the early days, I cared about convincing people. Now, I still do. Obviously, I want to persuade people that are curious, interesting, or that are interested, that want to have a conversation. Of course, I still care about those conversations. But the people that have set their mind to the fact that if you disagree with them, you are a fascist, you are a Yahtzee, you are whatever, I used to care about convincing those people, about making a case to those people, and I don't care anymore. And what Asmund is saying here is so great. Whether they know that what they did was wrong or not doesn't matter. What matters is they were defeated. That is all that matters. And they will continue to be defeated. It doesn't matter if Kevin Feige understands what he did wrong with Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, Thor, Love and Thunder, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantum Nausea, Secret Invasion, The Marvels, Moon Knight, She-Hulk, etc. ad infinitum. It doesn't matter. What matters is we have inflicted defeat after defeat after defeat on woke storytelling and woke game creation. Wherever this is found, we will be watching, we will be criticizing it, we will be routing it back into the darkness whence it came. We will destroy every scrap of this insanity wherever it can be found. And it does not matter to me whether what they think about any of it. Whether they think we're the bad guys or not is irrelevant. We, the normal people of the world, we the sane, we who love joy and entertainment and escapism and America and our flag. We're not talking anymore. We're done talking. We're done arguing. We're done debating. 2024 was a reckoning. A reckoning. And it was only the beginning. Get woke, go broke. The Cracker Barrel CEO. That's another good one. Let me grab this one, Mr. Producer, because this is the next piece of grave dancing we have to do. Oh, I got more chat. Look, the wackos are retreating on all fronts. You have to get this. That's what Dr. Steve Turley always says. You have to get this, gang. They are retreating on all fronts. That doesn't... Listen, we live in a pluralistic society, and unlike our ideological opponents, we value democracy and debate. And so there will always be crazies somewhere. But they're not going to be employed at video game companies that are successful. That's going to be the difference. And that's not because of HR departments. That's because there will be no money from customers to fund what they're doing. So we got more.
What are you laughing at?
All right. Here we go. Hat tip. Liberal Hive Mind has this one for us.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. You know, you'd think after the Bud Light situation, after they nuked their brand into the ground by going woke, you'd think after Jaguar pulled their little woke stunt and got roasted into oblivion, again tanking their brand into the ground, that companies would finally start getting a clue, start learning a lesson. Don't go broke, don't go erasing your identity because it's problematic, don't spit in the face of your customer base. But nope, apparently that wasn't enough to pick up the lesson, at least not for Cracker Barrel. They apparently missed the memo, going full Bud Light, full Jaguar, deciding to rebrand themselves essentially out of existence. I'm sure you guys are all aware of what happened. They essentially tossed their good old American identity into the trash, removed the old timer off the logo, and replaced it with a lifeless, corporate, woke, no substance design. They've essentially deleted the classic American identity of the brand, and now they're surprised at the customer backlash. Well, I'll tell you, in today's day and age, I'm not surprised at all. I think it's totally justified. And now it seems that Cracker Barrel is in for quite the reality check here, as it seems the backlash is probably a whole lot worse than just a 12% little stock price dip. People are now taking photos of empty parking lots outside Cracker Barrels, supposedly during peak hours at some of Cracker Barrel's best performing locations. In other words, this might be Bud Light version 2.0. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape.
Now, this is so important because I remember when the Bud Light thing happened. A lot of people who agreed with me generally were saying like, oh, it's not that important. Who cares about a beer? And I said, this is so important. It is so beyond important because at that time when the Bud Light thing was happening, we were still dealing with Twitter not under control of Elon, and we were dealing with a total censorship state. And the only thing that at that point could not be controlled by these companies is people's choice to buy things. So the fact that by not buying a product, a message could be sent. Folks, that is democracy in its purest form. That is the most perfect way to hold these people accountable. Now, when that was occurring, they lied, the media lied, and they lied, and they lied about Bud Light losing sales. They tried to hide it for a solid month. Every single story was saying, oh, this is a manufactured thing. This isn't true. This is anecdotal. The sales are fine. It's nothing. And then look where we are now. Everyone accepts the fact that Bud Light lost 25% of its entire sales due to partnering with Dylan Mulvaney, a wacko. And now the lesson is to be learned again by Cracker Barrel, by all of these AAA gaming studios. They're finding out that their HR, DEI departments do not have the power. We do.
All right, folks, so let's first start off with the CEO's gaslighting comments. Once the new logo and the redesign was announced, their new CEO, who honestly looks like a complete DEI hire, well, she wasn't listening to any of the negative comments. No, she was assuring us that actually the response was overwhelmingly positive.
I want you to tell us about the redesign of Cracker Barrel and some of your response to the criticism.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. It's great to be.
God, I hate corporate goons. Oh my God, all they ever say is their talking points.
Here, and if I can, I want to give a quick shout out to the
You know what? One of the things I hate about corporate culture is it is built on sort of, how could I put this? It's like a framework of constant lies, but they're not always lies for the, like bald-faced lies. It's like we have to believe a narrative that supports the company, and everyone must speak within that narrative all the time. It's a kind of toxic positivity, for lack of a better term, and her answer is perfect. It's like he is confronting her with the objective reality that there is a massive customer backlash. But in her mind, she cannot acknowledge that because in the corporate world, you cannot show blood in the water. So she simply, and she starts explaining, she starts downloading the program, the lie. It's Orwellian. It's disgusting. I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
70,000 team members who bring their Cracker Barrel brand to life for our guests every single day. So to the remodels. I think what's important is that we are listening to our guests. We're doing this all for them. What they've said is they love the new seating. We're adding in booths, making the chairs more comfortable, putting in new lighting, brightening up the paint color. But what's important is things that people love about Cracker Barrel, the soul of Cracker Barrel is not changing.
Is the food changing?
The food, well, here's what I'll say about that. Innovation has.
So Fu Man Blue says nobody's talking about it, but it's important to note why this lady started this change for Cracker Barrel. Around a year prior, they started losing value as a result of switching to frozen ingredients. Right. So if they hired her and she restored them to the way they were doing things before that was successful, that would actually prove she was a good hire. But that's not what she did, is it? She didn't say, let's evaluate what people liked about the company and work on that and go back to that. She said, no, let's change it more. Let's turn it into the same. She fed the traditional logo of the company through the algorithm wood chipper. Just like Kevin Feige has fed all of the Marvel heroes we used to love through the same wood chipper. That's what she did. She's not a restaurateur. That's the thing that is important to understand. This woman is not a restaurateur. She's not a chef. She did not found her own restaurants by creating food and confections that people loved, and then she became an expert and then wound up leading food. That's not what happened. She's a pencil pusher. She's a bureaucrat. What she's good at is the same thing Kathleen Kennedy is good at, the same thing Leslie Headland is good at, the same thing Kevin Feige and Bob Iger are good at. This is what she's good at. She's good at being a politicking, corporate, blood-sucking knife fighter. She's good at getting into the position she's in, and for the most part, keeping that position and justifying why she makes a giant salary. That's what she's good at. Nothing in her expertise has anything to do with creating good food and a great environment. She is good at saying whatever she has to say so that she still gets to work a cushy corporate job and make millions of dollars and get to go on TV shows. Just like the creatives at AAA gaming studios who think that the purpose of a video game is so that they have a job making video games. Just like the actor Kumail Nanjiani who thinks the purpose of a Marvel film is so that he gets a 6-film deal and he can live the high life for a while. This stupid woman thinks that the purpose of her job at running the Cracker Barrel Company is so that she has a job running the Cracker Barrel Company. That's what she thinks. And what she found out this week is that the actual purpose of her job is to make the customers of Cracker Barrel happy. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, that's why Trump said she had $1 billion worth of free press right now. Right. Like, if she were a good leader, she could have taken ownership. That's exactly what Trump is saying. He's saying that a good leader can actually turn that into a benefit and can be like, wow, we really stepped in. Well, frankly, all of our favorite YouTubers do this all the time. They turn mistakes into memes, and they turn memes into fun for the audience, which then becomes lore for the show and just helps it grow and become even more fun. Bad YouTubers will fight their own audience and say things like, this is not a sippy cup, this is an elite water bottle. Why doesn't anyone understand that? That's what a bad YouTuber would do. But a good YouTuber is like, it's a sippy cup. Anyway. Own it. That's the point. Lore like a sippy cup and a bib. The bib it's buried in my closet. It's in there though. For Halloween maybe we'll go get it. Redoubt Production says this was one big grift. Cause a commotion, get everyone talking, spike a demand for nostalgia, then announcing they listen to the people and cease the change. Fat electrician laid it all out. Totally disagree. 100%. Yeah, like I hear what you're saying, Redoubt. I totally disagree. That's not at all what happened here. She did not do this as a grift. She thought that this was what you're supposed to do. Listen, I'm kind of halfway defending her because I'm saying she doesn't fucking know. I'm kind of only half joking when I say she thinks her job is to have this job. That's what she thinks her job is. That's what. Do you realize how fake and phony and inauthentic she sounds here? It's because she literally is doing what her job is, which is to say the company line. She doesn't understand that that's not actually going to result in success. As long as her shareholders are happy and her boardroom is telling her what she wants to hear, and she's telling them what they want to hear, everything's going swimmingly. But occasionally, actions do have consequences in the real world, and that's what happened. This is a disaster. What happened to this chick was a complete disaster. A giant failure. She's running a program that doesn't work. You get away with running this program for a while, but sooner or later, what's the great line from Chernobyl? The truth will lie in wait for all time. This is what corporate goons coast on. Bob Iger was coasting on the genius work that built the MCU, on the genius work of George Lucas that built the Star Wars brand. He coasted on that without understanding what created it. And for a while, it worked. For a while, all they had to do was release a Marvel movie and it would make $1 billion. That's all they had to do. And then for a while, they just had to stuff it full of cameos and it wouldn't make $1 billion, but it'd still make a profit. And for a while, that worked. That is what a person, a parasitic individual like this woman. I'm speaking of her professionally. Personally, I have no idea who she is and I don't care. But professionally, she's a parasite. She's living off of something she did not build, didn't create, does not love, does not have a passion for, and doesn't honestly care about. She doesn't give a fuck about the customers at Cracker Barrel. She doesn't care about the 70,000 team members. She doesn't care. They make minimum wage and tips. She doesn't give a shit. She's saying what she thinks the corporate world wants to hear. And it worked for a long time because Cracker Barrel has a huge brand. It has a beloved following. It has a loyal fan base. And that fan base may have been eroding, sure, but that's called coasting. That's called coasting. But the problem is the truth is the truth. And it will lie in wait for all time until one day the lies can sustain the illusion no longer. And that is what she found out. So no, this was not a grift. This was not intentional. This was absolutely the same phenomenon that has destroyed almost every intellectual property we love. This is what took us from Dragon Age Inquisition to Dragon Age Veilguard. People like this is how that happens.
Has proven to be really great at Cracker Barrel. People are loving our new menu items. We're reinvigorating our dinner menu.
That's a lie. That's a lie. It's an absolute lie. Nothing is true about that. Based on what? People are loving it. Said who? Well, we had a focus group who tasted the food. It's like, but that's not people. That's not the rank and file people at the store. I'd be amazed if she's ever stepped foot in more than 2 of these stores.
New herb roasted chicken that is so delicious that launches today. But we're also doing some things that our guests love.
She sounds like a commercial. She's like a fake scripted commercial.
Bringing back Uncle Herschel's favorite. It's back today in all of our restaurants. So the things that you love at Cracker Barrel are still going to be there.
And a lot of restaurants are leaning and going back to nostalgia.
That's such a great. I love that shit-eating smile of hers, because what that smile says is, it doesn't matter if you believe what I'm saying or not. I said it, so it's true. I don't really care what you think, because I'm the CEO, and what I say goes. That's what that smile says to me. And she believed that she could create her own reality, because that's what the corporate system reinforces. It reinforces an illusion, a mirage. And she found out how fake that illusion really is.
Things that the customers are really comfortable with.
We never left it.
Yeah, you never left it, but you're changing up. You're kind of going a different direction. Why is that your strategy?
Yeah, because the Cracker Barrel needs to feel like the Cracker Barrel for today and for tomorrow. And again, the things that you love are still there. We need people to choose us, and we want people to choose us because people love this brand. They've loved it.
I mean, I love that. Just that statement is a lie. She said the things that you love are still there. So she's, first of all, telling us what we love, which is not possible. You can't tell people what they love. Only they can tell you what they love. This is classic. This is how the media talks to fans of video games and movies. Well, everybody loves Marvel Phase 4. It's just a small review bombing toxic minority that don't love it. Right? They tell the fans what they love. But then she says the things you love are still there. Well, that's a lie, because we love the original logo and it was no longer there. I just despise these people. I just despise them. They're liars. All of them. She, to me, is she is so emblematic of Kevin Feige and Bob Iger and Leslie Headland. Just fake, phony, empty suits who never earned. They did not earn the position they're in. Redout says, I find it all too coincidental how quick and universal the backlash was, and I argue the corporations are on to how to manipulate the culture war to their benefit. No, they're not. No, they're not. These people, they come across as if they're smart and intelligent, and they're really not as smart as you think they are. They're really pretty dumb. She's not a very competent person, this chick. I guarantee you. You're giving them too much credit, Redout. That's my point. It is also not the first time Cracker Barrel's gotten recognition from such controversy. Remember Brad's wife? Honestly, no, I don't. But what I'm saying is, this kind of is that same argument of like all press is good press, and bad press can be turned into good press, but no, bad press is generally bad. They lost $100 million in stock value in a matter of days. There's no scenario where that's a good thing unless you're deliberately trying to short sell the company, then that's a different story. But generally, no, it's not a good thing. I'm just saying it's time to end the poll. The captain's going back to short hair. Roll the tape.
Everybody's got a story, right? Did you go to Cracker Barrel on the way to your grandma's when you were playing traveling soccer or whatever those things are? Our job is to make Cracker Barrel a place that they want to be today and tomorrow.
All right, I got to ask this question. I think I probably know the answer. What if all the customers are coming at you hard enough about the look of the restaurant and they want to go back to the old way? Would you do it?
Honestly, the feedback's been overwhelmingly positive that people like.
Oh, I love that answer. I love that answer. Honestly? Notice how she did not answer. She did not give an honest answer there. The honest answer was no. They can go fuck themselves. That's her answer. Her answer is no. I'm the CEO. I'm a badass boss bitch. And if they don't like the new logo, it's because they're stupid MAGA hayseed hicks. And they're disgusting. And they're wrong. And they're probably what's wrong with this country. And they probably have a bunch of American flags grows. And what they think doesn't matter. And so no, Michael, we won't be going back to the original logo under any circumstances. It had an old white man gross on it. And we're not ever going back to that. And it makes me happy that a bunch of hayseed hicks want it to go back, and it's not going to happen. That was the truthful answer to what he asked her.
Like what we're doing. I actually happened to be in Orlando last week with all of our managers. We bring them together and every other year. And the number one question that I got asked, Michael, was, how can I get a remodel? When can I get a remodel? How do I get on the list?
Oh, really?
So because the feedback and the buzz is so good, not only from our customers, but from our team members. They want to work in a wonderful restaurant. So we're doing everything for our guests and our team members.
Right. Overwhelmingly positive. Apparently store manager.
All right. We're going to finish this up in just a moment, but I have to take a quick break. I'll be right back. And we are back here on the Swords and Starships channel, doing a little bit of grave dancing, just metaphorically speaking. Now, so that was the backstory. Cracker Barrel CEO. Oh, no, we're not going to change the logo. Oh, but then guess what happened?
Across the country were dying for a redesign. You know, I'm sure there was so much thirst for the decolonization of Cracker Barrel. Well, we saw exactly how that played out, right? The stock ended up tanking big time despite pretty positive quarterly numbers from the latest report. But you know, the CEO's saying one thing, the stock price is saying another. But in my view, the most important analysis is the on-the-ground analysis. You know, my dad's like an old-school style businessman. He's indoctrinated me with that kind of thinking. Screw looking at all the stats and doing all your research online. If you really want to know how a business is doing, get on the ground and see what the foot traffic's like. Go look at some locations and absorb and see what's going on. That's the old school way of doing things, right? Sit outside.
Something this babe never did. I can pretty much guarantee you. Never seen the outside of a boardroom.
The location, if you're really on the spectrum, start counting people going in and out and start doing the math on the spot. And well, applying this old school type of analysis, yeah, it's looking pretty devastating. I got this X post here from John Rich, who took a photo of a Cracker Barrel in Tennessee on a Saturday night at dinner time. And as you can see, there's only 2 cars in the lot. A parking lot that used to be packed, according to him, is now completely empty. Yeah, not so sure about that overwhelmingly positive reaction. I'm not seeing it at all. To be completely honest, the only thing that comes to mind is shorting Cracker Barrel stock ahead of the next quarterly report, because if this is any indication of what's going on, we're talking total devastation. And well, what do you expect? What do you expect from a company that hired a bunch of woke geniuses that thought it was a great idea to slap their core consumer base in the damn face? I mean, it's honestly hard to think of anything dumber than what Cracker Barrel just did. They've essentially slapped their core demographic right in the face. Their entire identity was built on Southern charm, on appealing to families across the South and the Midwest who love that old-time feel. Those are the people who kept their doors open for decades, and instead of respecting that, they decided to erase it all. Do they really think that people in Tennessee, Georgia, Texas, Alabama are just going to sit back while you gut the very culture that they take pride in? Obviously, it doesn't take a genius to come to this conclusion.
Yeah, so short of the long is they changed the logo back. The company released a statement on X saying they've restored the logo. And that CEO is nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. And she was avoiding questions from the press like a coward. Because that's what they are at the end of the day. When they have all the power and they're in the position of control and the media is fawning and writing puff pieces for them, they're so bold, aren't they? But then when they have to face actual customer criticism, which is why they hate free speech and they like deplatforming and removing the dislike button, that's why they love it. But when they don't have those weapons at their disposal, suddenly they're running from the cameras and they're cowards and they have nothing to say. And so another victory. Redoubt. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just saying I disagree. I disagree with it. Listen, this is the way I see it. If they didn't cave, we would say they were winning. But when they do cave, if we then say, oh, well, they're winning because it must have all been a big conspiracy, I think that indicates that we're unwilling to accept a win. And I'm telling you, I think we have to. We have got to start getting comfortable with winning. This is exactly the mindset that allowed the far left wackoism to get so out of control, is because we started to believe it wasn't possible to defeat them. The real fascists, really, is who we're talking about. We started to actually get to the point where we believed we were the losers and that we would never have good things again. And I'm here to tell you that this is proof, evidence, that we had the power to take back our culture all along. Even over there in the UK, Staffyity. The English flag is reappearing everywhere. So I'm telling you, it's time to start taking win for an answer. Can you stand a little more winning today? The Last of Us disaster gets worse. Hat tip Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet.
You often hear the phrase that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Well, if that is the case, then it was insane for HBO to do season 2 of The Last of Us.
Star Fury says we're fracked. There's no saving us on this side of the pond. Nonsense, Star Fury. I haven't given up on the Brits. I haven't given up on them by a damn sight. I seriously think... I think we should invade. I think we should have a revolution. We should launch a revolution, an American revolution in the UK. What do you think of that, Star Fury? We'll send the Orange Man over. One of the best things ever was how the Orange Man was able to welcome your prime minister in Scotland on Trump's property. He was welcoming the prime minister. That's so amazing. I'm telling you, Star Fury, we've landed on the beaches, okay? It was a long road to get here. And it's not over yet, but we've landed on the beaches. So just take heart. Sit chilly, as Stephen Pressfield would say. Redoubt Production says, congratulations, you've been promoted to Cracker Barrel, what the Power Elite think Southern Comfort is. But do I really want OG Cracker Barrel back? I mean, I ate there once and cannot describe to you any flavor from what was on my plate. Totally. Look, I don't drink Bud Light. Even when I drank, I don't drink anymore. But when I drank, I did not drink Bud Light because it's gross. It's disgusting. That's not the point. It's not about the beer. It's not about the restaurant. It's not about the retail store. It's not about the video game. It's not about the movie. It's about sending a message. It's about making these corporate goons understand that they are not the ones in charge. That's what it's about. They need to understand that the crap that they are trying to cram down our throats is not going to be tolerated anymore. And if bankrupting them is what's required to teach them this lesson, then we're going to do that. So that's the purpose.
Because so many people knew exactly how this would turn out. When they put out the video game The Last of Us Part 2, and they split the fan base, faced an insane amount of backlash for the decisions and what they did with those characters, when it was announced that they were doing the show, a lot of people said, you know what? I'm sure people like season 1, but if you do a season 2, that would be a mistake. Well, then here we were. The Last of Us ratings declined during season 2. But why? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. You don't need to be a genius to figure out why. It's because they did exactly the same thing that happened in the video game. And just like the video game, it was praised by critics and the fans absolutely despised it. When you make the decision to kill off Joel the way that you did, when you introduce these characters that nobody likes, and when you have some...
Her face is shaped like a fucking egg. It's a fucking egg. You know, like the jumbo AA eggs. This chick thinks she can play Peter Parker. I'm sorry to report to you, sir, madam, or it, however you identify. Peter Parker is not shaped like a dumpling. So you will not be cast in the role.
Somebody who is as miscast for the role as they could possibly be with Bella Ramsey as Ellie. Yeah, the fans.
I think they should put Bella Ramsey in a American Eagle jeans commercial and just see how it goes. What do you think?
Hated it. The ratings crumbled, lost more than half of their viewers. It was a monumental disaster. And it looks like season 3 is going to be just as bad. Now, we know that Neil Druckmann, the creator of The Last of Us 2, a guy who co-opted that franchise, just like he co-opted others at Naughty Dog and turned them into dog shit, he left the show after the backlash for season 2. Whether he was asked to leave or whether it's his own accord, not really sure. But when it comes to season 3, it looks like to me that they already kind of know what they've got, and then they're just going to try to get it out as quick as they can. Because when you start it off this way, it doesn't sound like you think there's that much hope. HBO's The Last of Us Season 3 to start filming without completed scripts. Now, this is something that Marvel has had a lot of problems with over the years, especially over the last 5 or 6 years. This idea of, hey, let's just start filming and we'll figure it out as we go. That has led to some monumental disasters because, just think about it. If you are not finished, with your story, if it is not complete, even if you're adapting from a video game, even if you know some of the templates that you're going to follow, if you start shooting stuff and then you realize, oh, well, maybe that doesn't work or this doesn't work, we need an extra scene, you're fucking with people's schedules, you might have to reshoot a bunch of stuff, or you'll write yourself into a corner where you just kind of live with these imperfections, where you just live with these things that do not make sense because of what you've done and because you started the filming before you finished the story. Nevertheless, that's the plan for Last of Us Season 3. Last of Us Season 3 is set to start filming without completed scripts, according to showrunner Craig Mazin.
I have not seen this video yet. That is incredible. What the hell is wrong with these morons? How can they be this stupid?
HBO's moving forward on The Last of Us Season 3, a season centered around Abby, one of the most deeply unpopular characters in modern gaming, by beginning production before...
They just fail upwards. Like the Cracker Barrel babe. They just fail up.
Before all scripts are finished. Showrunner Craig Mazin has admitted that while some writing is underway, the full slate of episodes won't be complete before the cameras roll. This perfectly encapsulates.
What's so incredible is that that's an actual still from the episode. She's not, you don't even have to make memes out of her. She is a meme. What was Star Fury says she can't even play a human. Bella Ramsey and American Eagle jeans. Now there's a difficult fap. But not impossible. No. Fu Man says, sure seems like HBO is just looking for something to spend money on. Can't disrupt the flow of laundered money. Fu Man says, I might boycott this channel just for the fact that I put the image of Bella Denim in my head. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Hey, at least I don't have an actual picture of it.
The Last of Us TV show with Ellie here. Bella Ramsey, look, complete and total miscast. There's no other way around it. I don't know why they did this. I don't know why there was such a big desire to do so. It's ridiculous, but that's who they decided to go with. Maybe so they could brag about trans, non-binary, whatever she identifies as.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure I know exactly why it is they do this, and I've explained it on the show before, but the basic idea is it's subversive. It's a deconstruction. She's odd looking. No offense. I'm just being frank. Bella Ramsey is odd looking. She's what they would probably call something along the lines of unconventional beauty, is what they would say. They know that the thing that attracts audiences is babes. Attractive women. Sydney Sweeney. That's what attracts an audience. But because they think of themselves as sort of like auteurs and on the cutting edge of the culture, they think that by deconstructing the story, by casting someone who's odd looking, it will make it unique and original and beautiful. They'll be sending a message, and it titillates them and excites them to think about fans being irritated by this casting. That's why they did it. They did it because she's odd looking. And the sick thing about it is this poor chick is being gassed up all the time by the creatives around her. They're like, oh my God, you're so beautiful. Oh my God, you're so stunning in this role. Oh my God, you totally could play Peter Parker. That would be great. You're non-binary, so that means you're basically the same as a man. You can be anything you want to be. They're gassing her up with this crap, but secretly, they all know exactly why they cast her. They cast her because she's not attractive. They cast her because they think she's odd looking. Make no mistake, my dear chat. The casting director of this show, the director, Craig Mazin, they agree with me. They agree with me. But they would never admit it. And they lie to her. That's why they cast her. Star Fury says, Rule 34. Jesus, Star Fury. Oh, no. 999. No. No, we don't want any Bella Rule 34. That Rule 34 does not apply to Bella Ramsey. No. I refuse. I won't accept it. I don't believe it. I won't. No, I won't entertain it. I won't entertain it at all.
In this very moment in time, maybe that's why. But to me, that indicates that they're kind of in a rush to get this out, maybe because they realize that this big, huge IP that they thought they had, that they thought they could get a lot of seasons out of. After
who's worse, chat? Her or Buttface? Pablo Schreiber? The man with a face shaped like a butt that plays Master Chief in The Nude? Who's worse? Egg-shaped, dumpling-shaped Bella Ramsey or Buttface?
For season 2, there's no hope of that. They have lost so many people just like they did in the video game. It's the exact same thing. And this is what we told you would happen. After Naughty Dog went out and spat in fans' faces 5 years ago, whenever the release of The Last of Us 2 was, we said, if you adapt this, it's going to be shit. You're going to have the same problems. People are going to reject it. And in all their arrogance, Neil Druckmann, he thought, no, people turn around on it. You know, they didn't like it initially. There was backlash, but no, they're changing their minds. No one's changed their minds. A general audience that was not even exposed to this story, they hated it too. It was a stupid decision. You destroyed the franchise in the video game space. And
Star Fury says Bella Ramsey by a mile.
Now you do the same exact thing on television. Congratulations. Doesn't look like they're putting forth the effort because they think Last of Us Season 3 is going to be great. They're just going. They're going to start rolling, and they'll figure it out along the way. I'm sure that'll work out great. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments section below. Smash a like button. Subscribe to the channel.
Hat tip. The angriest man on the internet, Ryan Cannell. And that concludes today's episode of...
What are you laughing at?
I'm probably too proud of that, Lieutenant Producer. I'm way too proud of that. It took me multiple damn weeks. I kept meaning to have that, and I just didn't have it. I wonder what my next segment will be. This is fun. I'm going to invent some more segments just so I can have an excuse to spam my videos. I think you may be correct in this matter, Star Fury. Bella Ramsey is the lesser, the more unfortunate looking. Who is the more unfortunate looking between Pablo Schreiber and Bella Ramsey. I think you may be correct in this matter. And I do have something else to show and tell. Little show and tell. Because you see, I have a problem. Okay. The problem is, well, it's an addiction. It's an addiction. My addiction is collecting Bella Ramsey memes. Hang on. I'm pulling it up. I was logged out. I was logged out of my X, so I had to log back in. Okay, here we go. Where is my screen, Mr. Producer? It's in my thumbnails. Yes, indeed. The first one, admittedly, is not a Bella Ramsey meme. The first one's not a Bella Ramsey meme, but it's no less noteworthy for that. Here we go. Share screen. It's old. The old Cracker Barrel versus new Cracker Barrel. Greta Thunberg. Who is more unfortunate looking? Greta Thunberg. How dare you? How dare you? Or Bella Ramsey. Who is a more unfortunate looking woman? Oh my God. Oh my this is Bella Ramsey as Spider-Man. Oh, accurate. Very, very accurate. Is it not, chat? It's an addiction, really. It's a problem. It's a serious problem. I don't know what to do about it. I see a Bella Ramsey meme and I collect it. Oh, yeah, this is a good one. Yeah, remember the Japanese office babe? The viral Japanese office girl? Which is like the perfect waifu of all time. Like, just absolute perfection. You have on the left here, you have the Netflix version. And on the right here, you have the HBO version. It's really, really bad. It's really bad. Fu Man Blue says, "How dare you? How dare you?" Do you remember when like Marxist wackos like Greta Thunberg believed, and there may have been some truth to the belief for a time, but they believed that they could emotionally guilt trip and manipulate all of society into doing what they wanted by guilt tripping people. It's Karen behavior, and the Karen behavior has worn thin and is at last no longer. It has lost all effectiveness. The original Karen behavior dates back to 10, 15 years ago when it was you were a racist, you were a sexist, you were a homophobe, you were a fascist, you were whatever. If you did not agree with them, that was the manipulation tactic. The how dare you? How dare you? And now, like, no effect. No effect. Attack has no effect. We don't care. Greta Thunberg's opinions about anything don't matter. The Cracker Barrel CEO's opinions, what's her name? I don't know. Who cares? I'd forget it anyway. Her opinions about the Cracker Barrel logo don't matter. It's a hard lesson for her to learn, I'm sure. I'm sure that she sits in her climate-controlled corporate offices all day, designing ways to, in her mind, justify her existence as the CEO of Cracker Barrel having no concern whatsoever that she is destroying and screwing over the franchise owners of Cracker Barrel with her harebrained ideas. And all the while, all the other suits around her who are also justifying their little fiefdoms, their little corporate fiefdoms, are gassing each other up and gassing her up and telling her what she wants to hear, because the one person at work who might be telling her what she doesn't want to hear is getting stabbed in the back by the other corporate climbers, and she fires that person or reassigns them or whatever, lays them off, eliminates their position so that she continues to hear what she wants to hear. It must be a very difficult lesson for that babe to learn. That it turns out none of her harebrained ideas were good. And her opinion about whether or not the customers of Cracker Barrel liked her ideas is irrelevant and doesn't matter. Fu Man says it's the straw man effect. They started saying that if you only wanted hot chicks in movies, there was something wrong with you. What exactly that was has changed over the years, but it's still your fault. Right. Now, women are not bothered, generally speaking, by men liking attractive women in movies. It's actually Karens and feminazis that are bothered by it because it threatens their ability to gatekeep. See, they call us gatekeepers, and they're not wrong. We are gatekeepers. But they are also gatekeepers. They want to be the gatekeepers. They want to be the gatekeepers of what we find attractive. As the great Rush Limbaugh used to say, America's anchorman. Feminism was created so as to allow unattractive women like Bella Ramsey access to power. But those days are at an end. They are at an end. It must be a difficult lesson indeed. Now, we have more in the stack of stuff. There is a film called Red Sonja. It was very foundational in my childhood. It made me feel things that I did not understand at the time. I'm, of course, referring to the original 80s film Red Sonja, involving a scantily clad, red-headed woman with a sword finding herself in perilous situations. And I just remember as a young lad, I just didn't know why I liked the movie so much, but I really, really, really liked it a lot. Like a lot. And The Parasite. The Parasite has once again found an IP to latch onto and suck all the blood out of. And The Parasite has found Red Sonja and has done a remake of it. Now, I have not had a chance to see this film, but I did have a chance to see that Critical Drinker reviewed the film. And I have not seen his review, so we're going to watch it together, and you'll have my live reaction to it. Fu Man Blue says that was the same thinking that poisoned the Democratic Party. If you're downstream of a plague, there is a good chance you get sick. Yes. They're losers, Fu Man Blue. The Democrat Party are losers. They have a loser mindset, and it finally caught up with them. By the way, the Republican Party were losers and mostly still are losers. They're mostly losers. They are led by a guy who knows how to win, currently. And thank God for that. Stavhidi says, Bridget Nielsen, now there is an athletic... Oh, jeez! An athletic sock special. Oh, no, Fu Man, no. I'm not even going to read that one. That might be an overshare, gentlemen. That might be an overshare on the Sword of the Starships channel, but the captain will allow it. Now, on to the topic at hand. We're going to take a look at Critical Drinker's video. Roll tape.
Every so often, a movie comes along where all you can really say is, wow. Not in a, I can't believe they were able to make this kind of way. No, more like a, I can't believe they chose to make this kind of way. Such is the case with Red Sonja, a movie that's gone through one of the most tortuous production cycles that I can think of in recent years. Everyone from Robert Rodriguez to Rose McGowan, Bryan Singer, and even Amber Heard were attached to this at one point. Actually, I think Amber might have done pretty well in the role. After all, she definitely knows how to throw a punch. Anyway, after years of failed attempts and a revolving door of writers, directors, and actors that makes DC look like a model of organised efficiency, the cast and crew were finally locked in and Red Sonja was shot in Bulgaria in 2022. Then, nothing happened for the next...
I mean, the new chick's hot too, so she's got that going for her. She is a fortunate-looking woman.
3 years, which is always a sure sign you've got a hit on your hands. Just ask Ironhearts. But as it turns out, you can't keep a good movie, or otherwise, down forever. And so here we find ourselves, citizens of 2025, finally able to experience the cinematic powerhouse that is Red Sonja. And what an experience it was! How can I sum up this film in a few words? Well, imagine taking a particularly goofy episode of Xena Warrior Princess from the 1990s, stretching it out into 3 times the length, stripping out most of the witty dialogue and fun characters, and treating the whole thing like it was some dead serious fantasy epic with deep and meaningful things to say about the human condition. That's pretty much what you get with Red Sonja, the kind of project where everyone's in on the joke except the film itself, which ironically makes it even funnier. I shit you not, I genuinely had to check that I was watching the right version of this film, like it wasn't some low-budget knockoff by The Asylum or a parody intended for adult audiences. But nope, this was real. This was a serious movie that people actually made. And it's superb. The script is lean and perfectly proportioned. The characters are fleshed out and well-rounded. Visuals are easy on the eye and...
As a learned and objective critic, a sophisticate, I find it is incumbent upon me to carefully examine and analyze this film. I definitely think it has some positive qualities for sure. The Critical Drinker might, I don't know. We'll see if he's too harsh on it. I feel like after all the Bella Ramsey crap that we had to wade through, I just feel we should dedicate some time to this one. What do you say, man? We should dedicate some time to this. I don't think Ensign Garrett would have hated this. I don't think back in my Ensign days I would have hated this.
Wait, what? Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Anyway, let's discuss the plots. So Red Sonja begins in the kind of peaceful, sexually egalitarian, racially diverse medieval village that only modern Hollywood casting agents...
So why don't they understand that, like, the whole purpose of sword and sorcery fantasy is to portray a world that is brutal and uncivilized? It's to explore those very themes. That's the whole point of sword and sorcery fantasy. This is why Hollywood is so bad at making it.
Can summon up. Sonja herself is living a happy and idyllic life with her mum. No idea where her dad is, of course, but let's not worry about that. But oh no, then a bunch of bad guys show up and start killing people, including this giant monkey man here whose species and existence is never really explained, and then the screen fades to black and I've got no fucking idea how any of that stuff got resolved. It doesn't matter though, because we skip forward like 20 years and Sonja's now living happily as a hermit in the forest. And fuck me, they must have some pretty good beauty salons out there, because she looked like she just just walked in from the streets of Beverly Hills. Anyway, whatever. Her peaceful life is interrupted when hunters show up and murder a bunch of innocent forest animals, so she tracks them back to their camp for a bit of good old-fashioned payback. I mean, there's like 100 of them, including fully armed soldiers, so I'm not really sure what she expects to accomplish, but she's like, nah, it'll be fine. But as it turns out, it is not fine, and pretty soon she loses a fight to this albino chick who left her eyebrows at home, and ends up getting thrown into the gladiator pits to fight for sport. And apart from one guy who's a legit cage fighter in real life, I love how the male and female gladiators all look and act like they've never thrown a punch in their entire lives, and live harmoniously together in mixed accommodation without a single forceful game of hide the sausage. Yeah, sure, okay. Rona Mitra is amongst them for some reason, looking like she couldn't give less of a fuck if she tried. To be fair, I probably wouldn't either if I was in this movie. Ah well. I think this chick here is my favourite though. If ever there was one image that sums this film up perfectly, it's this right here.
Did Bella Ramsey sneak into this one? Did she sneak into this one?
Anyway, of course, Sonja turns out to be the best gladiator who ever lived, which is interesting considering she's never done any sword training or won a fight in her entire life. I mean, I can believe that she's good at hunting and stuff, but how does that translate into fighting other human beings with swords? Ah, who fucking cares? So, evil Emperor guy decides that she has to fight one of her friends to the death, but she's like, nah, it'll be fine. But it's not fine, and Rona Mitra dies so that she could get released from her contract early. Then Sonja has to fight a big monster thing that's being mind controlled by the evil Emperor guy, but that's okay because she removes the control collar, so the monster attacks evil Emperor guy and everyone then escapes. Wow, that was super easy. Barely an inconvenience, in fact. But evil Emperor guy isn't done yet, so he sends the chick with no eyebrows and an army of soldiers in plastic armor to hunt them down. Then there's a big battle scene which stretched the movie's budget to its absolute limits, and all the plastic soldiers get killed, and Sonja dies for a while as well, but then she gets better, and no eyebrow chick turns against evil Emperor guy and they double KO each other, and evil Emperor guy is like, sorry for being evil, and Sonja's like, it's cool bro. Then he dies and everyone lives happily ever after, and that's it, that's the plot for Red Sonja. Fuck me, where do I even start with this one? Should I talk about the abominable CGI, the meandering and nonsensical plot, the costumes that look like they were stolen from a medieval themed
And isn't it amazing how, like, hackneyed it's getting at this point that the villain can never be the villain. The villain always has to, like, have some kind of, like, redemption arc now, or some kind of sob story, some sort of backstory that justifies why they are the way they are. This is actually one reason that I like, this is one thing I liked in the Superman 2025 film. I liked that Lex Luthor is just a piece of shit. He is just a bad person. And that's it. That's just it. I kind of appreciated that because I'm so tired of this whole thing. Oh, the bad guy's got to get better at the end.
Restaurant, the horrendous dialogue that must have made the actors physically sick.
I have a wooden sword. Well, you best hope it's not a giant beaver then.
You went full retard, man.
The character motivations.
What did she say?
The horrendous dialogue that must have made the actors physically sick.
I have a wooden sword. Well, you best hope it's not a giant beaver then.
You best hope it's not a giant beaver. Because a beaver would chew up wood? What? Folks. This is why I say it. This is why I say it.
You went full retard, man.
The character motivations that make no sense, or the performances that range from I'm far too good for this shit to I'm not good enough for any shit. On the other hand, there's definite upsides to this movie that I think we really ought to talk about. No.
Yes, there are definitely, I think these Colosseum scenes really have some clearly this is the better part of the movie. I definitely feel, strangely, like these Colosseum scenes are probably pretty good. Probably pretty good, and definitely worth your time. I feel compelled to intensely study these scenes. I think there's a lot to unpack here. As Dredd would say, incendiary. Oh, I love that line, Star Fury. It is weird, Fu Man Blue, that they were able to stab her through that armor. It doesn't seem possible, does it? There might be an exposed part of the armor here or there.
Oh, Drinker, get a hold of yourself, man! Ah, motherfucker! The villain's motivation had me genuinely confused for most of the movie. He's looking for the missing piece of some ancient book that already allowed him to build advanced technology and conquer the world, which raises the rather obvious point. Why risk everything for this book when you've already achieved all of your objectives already? What are you gonna do? Conquer the world even harder? The only explanation the script provides is that he wants to finish his story. Fucking what? Was this like a script note that somehow made it into the actual dialogue or what? Who cares? It doesn't help that he's played by an absolute pussy who talks like a modern day millennial and possesses all the authority and masculinity of Pedro Pascal in a rainbow coloured onesie. Seriously.
Speaking of that, where is it, Mr. Producer? There we go.
Compare this for a moment to the soft, pampered, effeminate pussies that laughably pretend to be action heroes in Hollywood today, and you begin to realise what we're missing over here in the West.
Yes. Roll tape.
How the fuck did this guy rise to become an emperor? Who would even follow him, and why? On the plus side, lead actress Matilda Lutz really swung for the fences as Sonja, I'll say that much. I don't imagine there's any Oscar wins in her future, but she definitely got in shape for the role, and the movie's not afraid to prove it. I mean, I can't shake the feeling that the producers might have lied to her about the kind of movie she was making, though.
Star Fury says she can't even throw a spear properly. And she could be buck naked and it would still be complete shit. Star Fury, I feel you're being too hard on her. She's trying really hard. She's clearly got a lot of positive qualities as an actress.
Sonja from the comics was very male gaze oriented, and this is a completely different story. Are you sure about that? Are you really sure about that?
No male gaze here. I mean, clearly modern male audiences want Bella Ramsey. They want Bella Ramsey and Zendaya. So clearly this is very anti-male gaze because the hottest chicks in Hollywood right now are Zendaya and Bella Ramsey. The dumpling woman. Sorry, the dumpling they them. Who's going to play Peter Parker? This is not what the male gaze is looking for.
Don't get me wrong, I'm all in favour of hot women in skimpy outfits, but it does make it kind of difficult to take them seriously as fighters, especially when they're taking down men in full battle armour like it's nothing. Valeria from Conan the Barbarian was able to get away with this, partly because the actress playing her was like 6 feet tall, partly because she worked her ass off to learn the sword fighting and actually looked like she knew what she was doing, but mostly because the movie kept her somewhat grounded and believable. Such is not the case here. And I could live with all of this if Red Sonja was just a bit of goofy fun that doesn't take itself too seriously. Shit man, even the Bridget Nielsen movie from the 80s kind of knew how ridiculous it was and was happy to play up to it. And it had Arnold Schwarzenegger on hand to give a bit of charisma. But this version actually thinks it's telling some powerful, serious story with believable characters that you're supposed to respect and get invested in, and gosh darn it, it's just so cute. Ultimately, Red Sonja feels like some weird time capsule dug up from 2018 when the whole girl boss who just needs to realise her inner potential trope was in full swing, and you could probably get away with nonsense like this.
Oh,
These days,
God, I really hate that. I really hate films that portray knights in full plate armor just getting absolutely slaughtered by a couple swings of the sword. It's completely ridiculous. It's like if you met a knight in full plate armor and all you had was a sword, they would turn you into like 17 neat pieces in about a second. You would swing your sword at them and see it glance off of their shoulder pauldron, and you would be horrified. You would be horrified and demoralized because the very next thing that was going to happen is they were going to split you apart. I absolutely despise how the movies misportray how deadly plate armor made a knight. It made them almost impervious. In fact, blunt force trauma was about the only way that you could take down a knight in full plate armor. Blades were almost useless against them.
Though audiences are pretty wise to that kind of shit, and when you think about it, Red Sonja was destined to be skewered from all sides. Normal people would see it for the shallow, preachy, and pretentious nonsense that it was, while fans of the...
And the other thing, too, is they always portray them as being kind of slow and clunky, and it was the exact opposite. They were deadly fast. Deadly fast in that armor. It was designed for movement. It was not designed to turn them into a walking turtle. It's like... Modern people are so clueless about how absolutely lethal a knight in full plate armor was in their day.
Message would be infuriated by the shameless exploitation and the fact that Sonja wasn't turned into a morbidly obese black lesbian. You truly can't please everyone, but Red Sonja was one of those unlucky movies that managed to please absolutely no one, and considering that it was left in the can for 3 years, it probably should have stayed buried. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
All right, hat tip critical drinker with another great analysis. Starfury saying Rondell dagger to the armpit. Well, sure. There were ways you could, there were weak spots you could target. But that's basically assuming that you were yourself a very effective fighter and knew what you were doing. But if you had no armor and you were up against someone of serious skill in full plate armor or multiple, like you, unless you are like unrealistically skilled, they're gonna turn you into pieces. That's what's gonna happen. How are you going to get to that armpit when you've got a deadly fighter swinging a broadsword at you? It's not going to be very easy. So, yeah, I think that, yeah, it's possible, but the point is that there's a reason that knights were so feared. There was just such a great YouTube video on this. It was just going through like all of the myths about knights, like that they would struggle to get on their horses and stuff like that. They trained from the time they were 7. From the time they were 7 years old, they were training to be a knight, and they were learning everything. Weapons, armor, just being in excellent shape, endurance. They could go for hours in combat training. Their endurance was like at peak condition. They were trained in horsemanship, archery, everything. From the time they were 7, probably only another knight would have any chance of stopping them in full plate armor, like because they would know the tactics. They would be possibly well trained enough, but that's about it. If you're an average foot soldier with light to no armor against a plate armor knight, like you're in deep doo-doo. Deep doo-doo. Like the poor passengers on the Carnival Poop Cruise. If you haven't on Netflix seen Trainwreck Poop Cruise, you need to go see it. It's incredible. It's terrifying. It's horrifying, kind of funny too. I couldn't look away from it. I was like, Poop Cruise. Poop Cruise. Go watch it. Okay, now, we have more in the stack of stuff. I've got a Gundam video for you. So we've been talking about how Disney is Doctor Doomed, and I don't think I showed this last week. I'm pretty sure I didn't. But It's a Gundam has a video about how Disney girl boss Too Close to the Sun. I don't think I showed this, but if I did and I forgot, just let me know, chat. But here we go. Where I need It's a Gundam. Well, you know what? I don't know if I want to do the Gundam video because I've also got Fleekazoid's Dragon Age Veilguard video. And I don't think I watched it. Did I watch that one? We'll do It's a Gundam. Did we do Fleekazoid Dragon Age Veilguard? Remind me, chat. I don't remember. Okay, roll tape.
We ready?
You know what? Chewbacca is actually great help when it comes to managing your emotions, and the solution doesn't even involve ripping out the arms of your enemy.
So I've never been more excited to hit a red carpet in my life. How about you, Goose? Is that really what you're going to be wearing?
I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. Doesn't that feel so good?
Yeah, weird.
What's Vader doing with this, like, torpedo thing? Is there a show I missed? Vader has a Mando weapon on him? Blasphemy. You know what? You fall.
Get him out of here.
Get him out of here!
It's a Gundam. He's just a piece of crap.
Disney is a fat, corpulent pig of a company. Run by
that's so
progressives too far.
Oh my God, he's so right about that. They are a fat, corpulent pig of a company. That is one of the best freaking descriptions of Disney I have ever heard. That's one for the books, Lieutenant Producer. A fat, corpulent pig of a company is Disney. Parasites, really, the parasite. As Andrew Ryan of the video game BioShock would say, the parasite. The parasite. Roll tape, Mr. Producer.
Removed from the cultural zeitgeist that they can't grasp simple concepts. And the worst part is they believe themselves infallible.
I feel like Star Wars is very like patriarchal, so it was kind of cool to have like this sort of woman-centered figure.
Till the box office numbers come in and another multi-million-dollar film comes back tits up or barely breaks even.
Don't even get me started on the game of musical chairs the CEOs played back in 2020. Bob versus Blob.
In a move I like to call Girl Bossing Too Close to the Sun.
Dang it, why is the video lagging? The video's lagging on me. Hang on. See if I can get it. I'm going to try and restart it. And it's even
America
worse.
and the Avengers were now the lows of the Marvels and the Fantastic Four, the Eternals. The Fantastic Four, there's one, a film Disney wanted so desperately to succeed.
I'm going to be teaching the cast of Fantastic Four to play their characters in Marvel Rivals. In a real game, we'll see. We'll see. So, all right, that is your character.
Your planet is now marked for death.
Oh, thank God. Oh, look, another male character has been gender swapped with a story arc you'd expect from a Reddit fanfic. Kevin Feige does it again. He has less ideas than hairs on his head.
Where is your guard? Where is your guard now?
Star Wars went from being an iconic global phenomenon with phrases and references that lasted decades. What Disney did to Star Wars will one day be a future case study on how to kill a brand that's worth billions of dollars in less than 5 years.
There has to be a creative through line for everything,
Yeah.
right?
You know, I think first of all, the thing that we really aspire to constantly is quality.
Oh, man, the video is crashing on me, Mr. Producer. Let me get rid of a couple windows here. Maybe that'll help. Get rid of that one, Mr. Producer. All right, roll tape.
How many times must women be made CEOs and tank a brand before the companies learn anything?
I did pose.
All right, we'll go to the browser, Mr. Producer. I download the video so I can avoid the lag. And then instead of lag, I get it's dragging. I just have no choice. I have to get a PC. I just have to. It's the only way, and it must be done. Okay, I have the video now, Mr. Producer. Share audio.
Now.
Star Wars went from being an iconic global phenomenon,
Just like you did to the expanded universe. You goblin.
One of the things that we talked about very early on was that the villain in the movie be young. He's in the midst of adolescent angst.
And Kathy's like, Adam Driver. We're like, mic drop.
Is owning the chuds worth us having no entertainment or culture? Virtue signaling doesn't create or promote art. It supports creative stagnation.
Incredibly diverse in the internals. It's just the diversity of this cast here. It's a diverse team.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with Jack Kirby and honoring the creation of the characters, and it just led us to look for a diverse cast who happened to be
incredibly diverse in the internals. It's just the diversity of this cast here and bringing diversity to the forefront and the screen here. You are such a champion for diversity, and you're a woman of color as well, and making sure that there's representation.
This superhero team looks like the world.
Diversity.
It's amazing. Well, for both of you.
Kill me, please. I want to die.
And all of the signs were there. Disney just chose to ignore them. And the fan base, writing off all criticism as beard tubers, bigots, reactionaries, and so on.
Major Disney investors warn of damage to brand value due to unsustainable pricing.
To make up for losses with the subpar streaming site, Disney did the only thing they could do. They jacked the prices to the theme parks.
Disney's reliance on raising prices in its theme parks to make up for losses and its streaming business risks damaging the value of the brand and the business's long-term health. Activist investor Nielsen Pletz warned. According to Pletz, investment firms, Disney, blah, 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 the company's worth around $900 million. What? Spending at Disney theme parks has risen to 40% since 2019.
Right, Crowbar, the diversity of diverseness. Right, and you know what really strikes me as Gundam goes through this breakdown of just Disney's absolute destruction of these brands. They transferred the process. No, that's not the right word. They transferred the responsibility for artistic creation to corporate pencil pushers. The fact that Kathleen Kennedy is sitting there saying, this is who you're going to cast, J.J. Abrams, this is who the villain's going to be, this is the age the villain's going to be. She's acting as a creative. She's acting as basically a head writer, which is what she thought she was. But the problem is she's not a proven talent. She doesn't have any talent. She doesn't know what the hell she's doing. And she's telling the director and the writers, this is what you should be doing. That's insane. They've transferred the process of artistic creation to people that are not in that lane and should not be doing it.
Hell with that. Take my kids to Universal Studios.
They knew they had Disney adult pay pigs, and they milked them for all they were worth. But it gets worse.
The investor says Disney is in crisis and called for major changes to the media giant. He criticized decisions including over-the-top compensation to top executives and what he describes as an overpayment for acquisitions of much of Rupert Murdoch's Fox.
Everything is down. Quickly, give Bob Chapek a raise.
I'm not even going to touch on how Disney
how much is he getting?
Give Bob
Disney CEO Bob Iger's pay package for 2024 jumps to $41 million. Think about this for a second, chat. Think about this. This man earns $41 million a year to run the entire movie brand of Disney into the ground. He earns $41 million a year as he presides over flop after flop after flop, the complete destruction of the Indiana Jones brand, the Star Wars brand, the Marvel brand, and the Pixar brand. He's run all four of them into the ground. His leadership has seen a net box office loss over the last 3 years. They lost $1 billion in box office failures in a single year. I believe that was 2023, if memory serves. And he got a raise. The complete annihilation of the Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Pixar, and Marvel brands does not affect the fact that he earns $41 million. So the interesting thing to me is I talk to like people who generally enjoy the current like I like Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt's what's fun. I like the Fantastic Four. I can't wait to see Doctor Doom. And it's fine if you enjoy it. I've recently been informed that I am what is known as a recreational complainer. You see, I'm in it for the love of the game, okay? And I'll explain more on that topic in just a moment. But as a recreational complainer who just loves the artistic craft of it, it bothers me when people think that Marvel Studios and Disney care if the fans love Avengers Doomsday. They don't care. That is the people in charge. Now, maybe some of the rank and file people at Marvel and the below the line employees and so forth, they may care. Bob Iger doesn't care. He would like it to be successful because it would make him look good. But he got paid. He got paid more money than most people will ever see a fraction of in their entire lives. He makes in a single year presiding over catastrophe on his watch. Bob Iger does not give a crap if you like Avengers Doomsday or not. Kathleen Kennedy does not give a shit if you see a Star Wars show or movie or don't. If you dislike anything Kevin Feige is doing, he doesn't care and doesn't even think about it. There's nothing sadder in the world to me than a current era moviegoer, MCU fan, a current MCU fan who says things like, well, I think they'll make Avengers Doomsday good. I think that they don't. These people have a golden parachute, the likes of which you can only imagine. And they've done nothing but fail for years in a row. They don't give a fuck if Avengers Doomsday is a total embarrassing disaster. Who cares? They're still going to make obscene amounts of money. So why should you give them a pass? Why should you give them the benefit of the doubt? Avengers Doomsday is going to be a complete disaster. Because who gives a fuck? Bob Iger made $41 million last year. Who cares? Who gives a fuck about Keanu Mundi? Or whether he was born in the 100-year era before Phantom Menace. Who gives a shit about that? These people are the parasite. That's what they are. They are the parasite. Your childhood passions are utterly irrelevant to them. I see this, and I see absolute proof that Avengers Doomsday is going to be like everything else Marvel produces now. It's going to be just a fucking embarrassment. Quote it, clip it, print it. That is my prediction. And this headline on the screen is my evidence for that conclusion. That is my evidence.
I'm not even going to touch on how Disney has beaten us over the head with mediocrity for the last close to 10 years relentlessly. Normally,
I love Judge Anderson, Star Fury, in Dredd. She was great in the Dredd film as well. She had a great story arc. See, Judge Anderson's story arc in the Dredd film, that's how you do a really compelling female character in a combat role, right? Because she basically gets her ass kicked. Well, she's a rookie, right? She's a rookie and she's being tested, and it's already established that she failed her exam. So, like, she's starting out from a position of, like, she doesn't know what the hell. Well, she does. She knows, like, she's like book smart is kind of my impression of her. She's book smart, but she lacks a certain street smarts. But it's so great to see her go from being kind of this naive rookie in the beginning to actually turning into kind of a hard ass by the end. It was awesome. And then I love the little setup and payoff of when in the beginning of the movie, Dredd's like, "You ready, rookie?" And she says, "Yes, sir." And he's like, "You don't look ready." And then at the end of the film, when they're about to like finally assault the lair of Mama, and he's like, "You ready, rookie?" And she's like, "Yes." He's like, "You look ready." I was like, oh, that's so badass. So yes, I love me some Judge Anderson. Who wouldn't?
these type of beatings come with a felony charge, or misdemeanor, or prison time.
Disney Plus. Oversaturation backfires as Marvel, Star Wars, and Pixar face brand damage. People don't care. According to the Rap Studios, decline in momentum has led to a significant subscriber loss of 700,000 Disney Plus users.
Disney Plus sucks, dude.
One anonymous producer at Marvel Experience said, given the quality of Marvel, Disney Plus output has been incredibly mediocre. It's dragging the entire brand down and diluted its creativity. People don't care now. That sense of burnout isn't exclusive to Marvel. Star Wars has also suffered from its own content overload, a marketing executive said.
I wonder where they came to that conclusion. Must have been after, like, that Star Wars, cruise dropped dead within, like, what, a couple bumps?
When you went to a Star Wars movie, it used to be special. But there's a difference between let's have a movie every 4 years versus let's have 3 shows on air all the time and have a movie every year.
Trying like hell to recoup the money they lost buying Star Wars and still haven't done it.
People Don't Care sums up the MCU and Star Wars perfectly. Andor was a great Star Wars show, if not the best thing to happen since Disney acquired Star Wars. But nobody cared.
Big agree.
Because Disney beat a dead horse into a fine powder, my dude.
Also
then
agreed.
Bob Iger snorted it and gave himself a raise. While Kathleen Kennedy focused on another female-focused Star Wars movie.
Girl power!
And that brings us to current times.
Disney's Boy Trouble. Studio seeks original IP to win back Gen Z men amid Marvel Lucasfilm struggle.
I guess Brie Larson and Pedro Pascal didn't connect with people who have normal testosterone levels. Go figure.
Cinderella and Sleeping Beauty aren't the only ones looking for a prince. Leadership at Walt Disney Studios has been pressing Hollywood creatives in recent months. Multiple sources tell Variety for movies that will bring young men back to the brand in a meaningful way. Young men is defined by sources as ages 13 to 28, aka Gen Z.
Disney would actually have to hire normal human beings outside of Hollywood, and they'll never do that.
Is, I would say, arguably the gayest Star Wars.
In fact, Disney would also have to take Boba Fett's ship and rename it the Slave One again. Do it, you cowards! You absolute creative degenerates!
Every film studio is looking for better ways to convert young audiences into habitual moviegoers. Numerous studies show that Gen Z men in particular are a lonely gaming obsessed group who were hampered in their formative years by COVID-19 lockdowns.
They're like sitting here acting like COVID just made all males retarded or something. And let's just face it, the media never misses a chance to shame men. If you've seen Gen Z females on TikTok, they're going batshit crazy.
Stay away from me, white man!
Don't look at me! You don't have to ask me twice. You could have just asked. Why are they so mad all the time?
I'm feral today. Feral! Like, I want to take a bite out of those glutes in a bad way.
Claiming she could take it no more, the young mother released the emergency brake, allowing her car to roll backwards into the nearby lake.
Good for her.
Let's ignore that. The men like video games. How sus is that? It really never ceases to amaze me.
A little gallows humor never hurt anyone.
How the Japanese, with manga and anime, thrive with people of all ages and demographics. And Western media acts as if it's some sort of arcane knowledge. It's almost as if, horror of horrors, people like good stories, heroic characters, and media that isn't afraid of strong male leads, and that isn't mired in political correctness, representation, and every other piece of bullshit that we have over here, while leaning heavily on nostalgia bait. How will Disney ever figure out such a complicated puzzle?
I don't know.
There's one other quality that anime has that Western media lacks, which is originality. Visionary works that, well, they take risks. And Western media is now risk-averse.
I don't know.
New IPs and pitches such as Splash Global Adventures and Treasure Hunts, as well as seasonal flair like films for Halloween's Corridor. The calls come as a Star Wars machine struggles to produce any film projects, and superhero genre sheds audiences by the minute.
I guess superhero fatigue was real. Journalists gaslight you, then admit you were right a few years later.
Much has been written about the narrowing audience for superhero movies. The performance of Marvel's latest release, Fantastic Four: First Steps, which aimed to launch yet another superhero franchise led by Pedro Pascal and Vanessa Kirby, failed to meet expectations. That's despite good reviews, a promising opening weekend, and the full attention of Marvel czar Kevin Feige. Star Wars has not produced a film in 7 years. A big screen adaptation of Disney Plus hits The Mandalorian is coming next year. One top film executive at Disney rivals says every studio should be looking for originals, as sequels and reboots continue to exhaust the culture, even if they're packing in moviegoers for a short term.
Oh, Jesus Christ. The Fantastic Four's marketing was the most annoying and insipid push I've ever seen to make you believe that the film was a hit before it even came out. And when it ran out of gas 1 week after release, critics and Pascal fans huffed enough copium to kill Nikki Sixx 2 times over. Disney's in for a rude awakening, especially if they think that The Mandalorian's extended episode is going to do any better than the Fantastic Four. Star Wars has reached a point where its very existence has become annoying rather than reassuring or fun, much like Mark Hamill's Twitter timeline. Let's end with Bob Iger's earnings call, because that's always lovely to hear and incredibly boring.
Our next question comes from David Karnovsky with JP Morgan. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Bob, I wanted to follow up on your comments regarding theatrical franchises. Disney's had great success recently with sequels and reboots. I'm interested, though, in how you think about launching new IP into today's exhibition market. Is it a fair comment that that's a tougher proposition than in the past? And then separately for Hugh, it might be early, but can you discuss or even quantify potential tax benefits at Disney from the Big Beautiful Bill in return of 100% bonus depreciation? Thanks.
Thank you, David.
This is how movies are created now. This is how art is advanced in our society. This is how culture is defined. This is how beauty comes to be celebrated now. It's so depressing.
We continue to be focused on creating new IP. Obviously, that's of great value to us long term. But we also know that the popularity of our older IP remains significant, and the opportunities to either produce sequels or to basically bring them forward in a more modern way, as we've done, or convert what was previously animation to live action, like we're doing with Moana in 2026, is just a great opportunity.
How could people stand this? I'm talking about this investor. This is an investor. This is a guy in possession of wealth, money, that he has invested in this company, which has earned him the chance to ask the CEO of the company in which he's invested, that he's given his money to, which is helping to pay this guy's salary. He gets to get on this call and ask a question. Thank you, Bob. Here's my question. And this is the kind of shit that he gets as an answer. How can you sit there and take this? How can you listen to this nonsense that he says it's all words that mean nothing? This is a Kamala Harris answer. This is an 8th grader trying to fill up the essay for the word count. Nothing he says is a straight answer. Nothing he says is the truth or candid. Nothing he says is remotely useful. Nothing. Just a loser making fucking excuses. I cannot imagine being the millionaire sitting on this call who's invested my hard-earned money and being willing to accept excuses and bullshit like this. I cannot understand how anyone with that kind of wealth and money to invest in a company can sit there and listen to this. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. I would be like, thank you for your answer, Bob. I'm withdrawing my money from this company immediately. I'm selling all my shares. You are a fuckwit. You are a fuckwit who can't give a simple, straight answer on an investor call. What was I thinking when I put my money in this company? Who even invests in Disney? Who even does that? You'd be better off investing in crypto. Way better off. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be investing in crypto. Who the hell is investing in Disney? How could you stand there and listen to this?
For the company and supports our franchise. So I wouldn't say that we've got a priority one way or the other. Our priority is to put out great movies that ultimately resonate with consumers, and the more we can find and develop.
As a company that produces entertainment for consumers, our priority is to create entertainment for consumers, and we remain focused on that priority of creating entertainment as an entertainment company. We have several brands which produce entertainment, and we believe those brands have value. So to answer your question about whether we can create original IPs and whether that's viable, what I can tell you is we have old IPs that remain valuable, and because of that value, we will continue to invest in that value. Thank you. Thank you for that very full and complete answer. I really appreciate it. That's very helpful to me as I continue to decide how to invest my money.
Original property, the better, of course. We are developing original property for under the 20th Century Fox banner and under the Searchlight banner. And look, you could even argue that Marvel continues to mine its library of characters for original property, even though, for instance, there have been Fantastic Four movies before. We kind of consider the one that we did an original property in many respects, because we're introducing those characters to people who were not familiar with them at all.
What? Well, there you go. Disney has learned nothing. They have enough money to fail repeatedly before it's a major issue. And God help us all for the cultural rot we're going to endure for the foreseeable future.
I guess you're right, Crowbar. You say rich people want to keep wokeness alive. Some of them certainly do. And I guess my retort to that would be, or my response, if I, like, just thinking out, like, if I'm invested in keeping wokeness alive, if that were my goal, I would still be results driven. I'd be like, you're not getting results. People are rejecting wokeness. You're failing. What are your plans to push the gay agenda harder? What are your plans to have it actually not be rejected? But the thing about wokeness is it loves excuses. It loves lies. That's what it's founded on. It lives on lies. So I suppose you're right. I can't understand the mindset that even follows that ideology because it's a loser mindset to begin with. It's a weak mindset. I cannot imagine having the opportunity. You are part of the people that are paying this man's $41 million a year salary. You are paying this man's salary, a sliver of it, and you have obviously invested enough that you are able to ask this question on the call. The man gives you a canned, excuse-driven answer, and you're just like, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that opportunity to get a bullshit answer. I really appreciate it. What a fucking bunch of losers. You know what I hear all the time? I hear this all the time. Rich people are very tight-fisted with their money. Millionaires never want to spend money. They never like that. They're misers. They watch every penny. That's how they got to be rich, don't you know? Well, then how do you explain nitwits like this guy? Nitwits that are on this call listening to clear bullshit, wasting their money. They're throwing their money away. Disney stock has plummeted. It's a bad investment. Oh, millionaires never waste money. BS. All right. But that being said, the captain of the Swords and Starships channel, me, I may be unwilling to accept bullshit, excuse-driven answers. However, there is a type of fan, if you will, that loves excuses, loves lies, loves the narrative. They live for Disney wokeness. It's all that drives them. And they're going a little bit insane. That is more insane than usual. Thanks to the ascent of the Orange Man, long may he reign, and we, the fans, sending all this woke bullshit packing. Really, it's not even... I'm getting to the point where the word wokeness is... even I am getting to the point where I think it's time to hang it up, because it's kind of on the way out. That doesn't mean the war is over, but it does mean that it's so laughable at this point. It's such a laughing stock. The word's kind of losing its relevance, which is a good thing. I'm glad about that. I have longed for the day when the word woke would no longer be necessary, and I think we're basically there. But that being said, there is still a type of fan that is clinging to hope. They're what's known as a shill. You see, they love hearing the bullshit answers of Bob Iger. They live for that. To them, that was Shakespeare. To them, that was a revelation. That was Moses descending from the mountain with the 2 tablets. They suffer from a terrible disease. It's congenital, it's incurable, and the prognosis is grim. It results in spouting nonsense, seeing racist, sexist, and misogynists and homophobes everywhere you look. It requires you to lick the boot of Disney in exchange for cheap goodie bags and meet and greets with Leslie Headland. They suffer because it's like being a victim of mind control. I'm sure that somewhere, deep down in their consciousness, there's a normal human being beating on the glass that was once a free mind. They're lost to suffering forever. And there is a man who studies the Shill, studies them carefully and intuits all of their strange idiosyncrasies so that he can prevent the spread of this disease, Shillery by proxy, from which they suffer, to the rest of humanity, to prevent regular humans from being infected. And fortunately, they are mostly quarantined at this point. But the work continues. His name is Mr. Grizzy, and he has for us some shills still defending Disney Star Wars. Mr. Producer, if you would, roll tape.
There are definitely those of you who over-edit
Oh, yes!
the pudding.
Oh, it's my favorite! This is my favorite shill! This is the one, man! This is it! This man is the absolute poster child of passive aggression. He's so very polite. He would never say a mean word whatsoever. Just so tolerant and kind. It's just that if you dislike Disney Star Wars, you are scum, and you should be destroyed. Yeah, that's basically this shill.
When it comes to dumping on any new Star Wars content.
You talking to me?
And the focus tends to swing far more to the negative than to the positive.
Well, no fucking shit.
All right, today we have an LGBTQ Disney Star Wars shill talking about the best moments in the Disney Star Wars era. And shockingly, the topless Yord scene from The Acolyte.
I apologize for my error.
Don't apologize. Absolutely no need to apologize. Yord is a handsome man.
Your parents must be fucking so proud.
Did not make the list. Quite surprising indeed.
So I'm here to try and shine a light on some of the good things that have come from Lucasfilm during the Disney era.
Hang on, this is gonna be bad.
First up is going to be the Kylo versus Rey duel at the end of The Force Awakens.
You really are a fat bastard.
Rey, who at this point had zero training, defeats Kylo Ren, who is trained by Luke Skywalker and Snoke. He's just going to ignore that, I guess. That is one of the best moments in Disney Star Wars.
It's just absolutely gorgeous. It looks amazing. It's lit perfectly, and it just gives it a unique atmosphere.
Yes, Disney is a billion-dollar company. They can afford great visual effects to make their shit look good. That does not make this a great moment.
You have a wounded Kylo who's desperate to prove himself, whilst Rey has just seen her would-be mentor killed in cold blood. All of this is set to the background of the planet falling apart around them. It's really, really great, though no doubts that there's going to be a whole host of comments below telling me how Disney isn't canon, there's only 6 real Star Wars films, and nothing that Disney has done is worth a damn.
I honestly don't think it's a stretch to say that this fight breaks George Lucas' canon and breaks George's explanation of what the Force was in the previous films. The Force doesn't just turn on whenever they deem a character ready, and they've continued to do this with other characters, as we all know.
Next up is also from The Force Awakens. It's Han's death. Something that was critical in getting right. If you mess up the ending of a beloved character's story, then, for some, there is no coming back.
If you mess up the ending of a beloved character's story, there is no coming back. Remind me, how many scenes with Luke and Han did we get in the sequel trilogy?
0, 0, 0, 0.
But we got plenty of Han and Rey in this movie because they needed Han to tell the audience how great Rey was to try and get her over with everybody. And then when they were done with them, they killed him off.
Afterwards, it felt like Han was forgiving Ben, which plants the seeds for his emotional turmoil, an eventual turn later down the line. It really was a great...
I really regret that I defended this scene at the time. I really did. I defended this scene to people who did not like it. And I said, I feel that if Star Wars is to move forward, it has to take risks, which, by the way, is the fact of the matter is, it's what I've been saying this whole stream. Real artists have to take risks. They have to move the envelope. I just didn't know then what I know now, which is that this was not a bold attempt at raising the stakes in the Star Wars universe and setting the scene to tell a really remarkable story. This was a way of getting the old legacy characters out of the way. And I did not see that at the time. Because we just didn't have, or I didn't have, the 30,000-foot view that we have now. It turns out that, look, my instinct was not to like this scene. My instinct was, no, don't kill off Han. That was my instinct. But I also thought, still, that is a way, it suggests that we are raising the stakes in this world, that this is a serious threat. And I was wrong. I was so wrong about that. It happens. It's rarely. But it has been known to happen from time to time.
Death for a great character.
Are you seriously trying to tell us that the sequel trilogy had a plan and wasn't just making shit up as they go along?
Right, idiot, yes.
Moving on, and just wait till you guys hear this one.
The Book of Boba Fett had some good moments.
I mean, obviously.
What is the worst Disney Star Wars? Well, that's The Acolyte. Why am I even saying? Of course it's The Acolyte. All right, aside from The Acolyte, what is the worst Disney Star Wars show? Probably Obi-Wan. But aside from Obi-Wan and The Acolyte, what is the worst Disney Star Wars show? Probably Boba Fett. Boba Fett, the Book of Boba Fett was one of the most pointless things I've ever seen. This was when the penny had not yet dropped with Disney Star Wars for me. I still was like, I was into The Mandalorian. I was into like that. The second Mandalorian season had just ended. And I still thought, okay, well, there's a chance to right the ship here. There's a check because, we got to see Luke Skywalker be real Luke Skywalker at the end of Mando. So that was, I interpreted that as they must have heard the fans. They understand that this is not working. And here comes Jon Favreau to like steer the ship back on course. That's what I was thinking might be in the works, right? And then a friend of mine insists, because I got bored of Boba Fett after the first episode. I thought the whole explanation of or non-explanation really of how he gets out of the pit, what was it, the Tarlac or whatever. He gets out of the thing, and I'm like, that was kind of a lame backstory. Okay, well, how did he get out of it? He climbed out. Oh, jeez. I've waited years for that answer. That was so dumb. Anyway. So I stopped watching it. And then a friend of mine's like, oh, what should we watch? Oh, you got to watch Boba Fett. I'm like, I'm not really into that one. Oh, well, no, you got to watch it because The Mandalorian showed up. And I was like, The Mandalorian showed up? Okay, well, all right. I'm not really that interested, but if you want to watch it, let's watch it. We start watching it. Scene opens. Mandalorian's in it. I'm thinking, oh, this is a nice cold open. Mando's training with the blacksmith or whatever. Okay, well, where are we going with this? And then the opening of the show happens, and then the next scene, it's the Mandalorian again. And I'm thinking, at what point is the setup of the Mandalorian over so that we can now get to... Because I'm figuring what's going to happen is Boba Fett and Mando are going on a mission together. And the purpose of this scene is to set up Mando and how he's going to stray into Boba Fett's world. And then the episode continues, and there's no Boba Fett, and it just keeps going with the Mandalorian. And I was like, what is this? Why is the Mandalorian still on the screen? It's about the Mandalorian. I'm like, but when does Boba Fett show up? And my friend's like, oh, he's not in this episode. What? What? Boba Fett is not in an entire episode of the show called The Book of Boba Fett? And this plot with the Mandalorian isn't even relevant to what's going on in the Boba Fett show. It's just a random Mandalorian episode in the Boba Fett show. And then they did it again. There's a second episode. And it's all about Grogu and trading with Luke and leaving Luke and Mandalorian having a whole meltdown over it. And I'm like, what is this? I've never seen anything like this. They've literally just suspended the Book of Boba Fett to tell two disconnected Mandalorian episodes in the middle of the Boba Fett show. And I was like, I could not get my head around it. I was like, what in the hell? This is weird. And now, of course, it all makes sense. It's been a few years since that event, and now it all makes sense in hindsight. It's like, well, yeah, these are truly stupid people that make this stuff. These are really stupid morons who eat glue, like Kathleen Kennedy, like Dave Filoni, like Kevin Feige. These are pencil pushers. These are corporate climbers. These are people who think they're really good at what they do, and they're not. And they're in positions of power because of DEI nonsense. They are in positions of power and responsibility which they did not earn and do not deserve. I understand all that now. I just didn't understand it then, and I couldn't make sense of it. I'm like, why would you do that? Well, you see, we needed to undo the thing. Grogu's popular, okay? Grogu's popular. And we had to undo the whole thing where Grogu's not in the show anymore because we want him back and we need to sell toys. The problem is, The Mandalorian is season 3. It's not airing yet. And so we need to show, even though it's not airing, we need to show what's happening with The Mandalorian. So we do have a show airing, fortunately, and we are going to just pause that show, and we're going to just tell what we need to tell for The Mandalorian in the middle of that show. But that doesn't make any sense. The show's about Boba Fett. It's not about The Mandalorian and The Mandalorian's arc. I say, well, that's not important. Well, who cares about that? We just have to show the thing we need to show.
That goes without saying.
I said it, and I don't regret it.
When you're a clown, nobody takes your shit.
Crowbar the Skull says, 10th anniversary of The Force Awakens. Oh, there's an echo? Oh, crap. I'm sorry, Fu Man. You just said echo. You said one word, and I was like, echo. I thought you were saying echo what Crowbar was saying. It's because I didn't disable the, sorry. All right, the echo's fixed now. The echo is fixed. Damn it. Ugh. Chat, please. You've got to make fun of me, okay? You've got to if I don't, I saw what you said. I'm watching the chat, but I didn't know what echo meant. And then I'm like, there is an echo. Oh, now I realize what it is. So I fixed it, okay? I'm getting a new computer. I'm getting a new computer so that I can stop having to do things through OBS and constantly have to deal with this crap. But anyway, 10th anniversary of Force Awakens coming up. 10 years of fighting the culture war. And let me tell you something, Crowbar. We are winning that war. Let me show you. I honestly don't know if, hopefully this doesn't get the stream in trouble, but I want to show you this clip. Hail Sophie of Dundee.
Sons of Scotland, I am William Wallace. You've come to fight as free men. Free men you are. What will you do without freedom? Will you fight? Fight and you may die. Run. You'll live, at least a while. And dying in your beds, many years from now, would you be willing to trade all the days from this day to that for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom! And dying in your beds, many years from now, would you be willing to trade all the days from this day to that for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom!
Hell yes! Hell yeah! They may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom. Never forget, we're winning. We're winning. Court Martial, Lieutenant Producer. All right. You know what? He's definitely on the shit list. He's definitely. It's all right. It wasn't your fault, Mr. Producer. I'll let you slide on this one. It was my fault. All right, roll tape.
What I really liked was the flashback story with Boba and the Tuskens.
I gotta be honest with you guys, I actually completely forgot that that was a flashback sequence. That's how
Redoubt Productions, and I understand. The Battle of Sterling, there's no bridge, and that's not historically accurate because they couldn't afford it. They just couldn't make it work with the production. This is in the 90s, Redoubt Production. In the 90s, there were just things you couldn't do on a movie set. This is exactly my point from earlier. The purpose of CGI is to make possible what, in the time of Braveheart's production, was not possible. That bridge sequence was cost prohibitive. There was just no way to accurately portray the Battle of Sterling. If that movie had been made today, Mel Gibson would have had the tools he needed to accurately portray the Battle of Sterling, which is why it makes me so angry that Marvel abuses CGI and misuses it and uses it as a substitute for the actual work. So, it was a great scene, Fu Man Blue. It's a brilliant scene, but the important thing is Mel Gibson, with the tools he had, captured the spirit of what happened at the Battle of Sterling, if not the exact replica of the battle.
How unmemorable the Book of Boba Fett was. And that's why halfway through they turned it into The Mandalorian Season 2.5.
It just felt very real and raw, something a character like Boba Fett would actually do, using all of his knowledge and skill not just to survive, but to lead a tribe of nomads in epic battle.
Boba Fett, the real Boba Fett, would have killed the Tuskens the first chance he got and escaped.
Yes.
Or at the very least, escape.
See, this is such a great point Mr. Grizzy's making here. This is an excellent point. Disney Star Wars is not capable of making content that's actually that actually has a hard edge, that actually has some real grittiness to it, except for Andor. Andor is the exception to this. Andor was able to show the Empire as brutal, malevolent, grounded. Imagine if Boba Fett had gotten the same. Imagine if Boba Fett were not even an anti-hero, just a bad guy. What if he were just a bad guy and he shoots first and asks questions later? It could have been awesome. It could have been awesome.
On the speeder bikes he stole when they let him walk freely amongst the camp and even leave the camp. But Disney wants to humanize the Tusken Raiders and make them less offensive and more cultured.
It was a great bit of storytelling about how a tribe that is seen as savage and brutal to the outside world was actually more humane and cultured than anyone had known.
And apparently we have...
This is why Western civilization is being conquered without firing a shot. This attitude, this suicidal empathy, as Asmongold puts it, this suicidal commitment to the idea that there's two sides to every story. You see, the Sand People who rape and murder at will, well, you see, they also have a softer side. It's oh, fuck that. You won't find that kind of bullshit in Galaxy Board, let me tell you, which I'm working on now. You just wait, my dear chat.
I have to stop calling them Sand People now because that's offensive.
I have so loved how these shows have tried to show the Tuskens in a different light and basically be less offensive because they were the Sand People and now they're
oh God, this is why everything is such trash, such freaking trash. The villains, this is why I say, at least in the 2025 Superman film, James Gunn made Lex Luthor just a bad piece of shit. I appreciate that. And this is exactly why. Because I'm so sick of this crap. I'm so sick of... Now, I'm not saying that a villain can't have complexity or nuance or a backstory. But I'm saying I am sick of villains that they're just... We're not allowed to have bad guys be bad guys. And this is a problem. This is a delusional mentality. You see, it's this is an arrogant worldview. Wokeness... Or just far left-wing wackoism, like the shills here. They are dangerously naive. because they think, and they're dangerously arrogant, because they are projecting the Western mindset, which required thousands of years of blood, sweat, and tears to refine a method of civilization which resulted in, generally speaking, peace and liberty for the most people. Peace, liberty, and prosperity on a scale that was never dreamt of for thousands and thousands of years of human existence. It took millennia to get to where we are as a civilization, and they project that refinement and that sophistication on everyone. They just assume that it's human nature to be peaceful and respectful and tolerant and affirmational. And nothing could be further from the truth. There are people in the world who do not share your compassion or your tolerance. And if you get in their way, they'll butcher you. And it's like, that's what the Sand People, roughly speaking, represent. They represent an alien species that's malevolent and does not care. They are unconcerned with matters of cruelty towards others. They are cruel, they're malevolent, and they don't mind it a bit. That's what they are. What's so wrong with having characters in a story that are just like that? Because the reality is, there's bad people in the world. Really bad people. And they do not share your ideals.
Complex culture.
Dude, you guys are fucking retards.
Yeah, that's a great point, Crowbar the Skull. A great villain is one you love to hate, like Saruman or Jack Torrance from The Shining. I love Jack Nicholson's portrayal of Jack Torrance in The Shining. It's truly frightening. It is a truly frightening. You know what's another good one? Villain might be the wrong word, but Daniel Plainview in There Will Be Blood, because, just Daniel Day-Lewis being top of mind. What a freaking great character. Daniel Plainview in There Will Be Blood is a piece of shit. He is such a piece of shit. He's such an evil son of a bitch. But man, what a great character. What a phenomenal character. And probably the best performance of Daniel Day-Lewis's career. It's either Daniel Plainview or Bill the Butcher, and it's close. It is very close, but I kind of give it to Daniel Plainview. I love that character. We'll put, you know what? We'll close it out with the Daniel Plainview clip for sure. I am the third revelation. Yes. I am a family man. Now, I have an oil well that is producing over 700 barrels a day, and that is paying me an income of roughly $1 million a year. I am an oil man, but I am a family man. I know how to get it out of the ground. It's not as simple as just having a drill. It takes careful engineering. Now, you may think that because you have the oil on your land that you are going to be wealthy, but you must concern yourself with who is going to drill the well, who is going to transport it, who's going to refine it. Now, I am the man that knows all of these things. It's like he's selling these people and how he's going to swindle them out of their land and their livelihoods by pretending he's a really good guy. He's so good. Now, you see, Eli, if I have a milkshake and you have a milkshake, but I have a straw, and my straw is longer than yours, I can use my straw to get to your milkshake. I can drink your milkshake, Eli. Oh, man, I love that character. Redoubt says, as someone who became a fan of Daniel Day-Lewis through my historical studies, Bill the Butcher is my favorite performance. Daniel Plainview is the best. I mean, Bill the Butcher is so good. So good. And of course, Last of the Mohicans, in which he plays a man that was adopted by the Mohican tribe, and he goes up against the Mohawks to save the woman he loves. Fucking great movie about the French and Indian War. Oh yeah.
Moving on.
Last on the list is going to be a little bit controversial, and believe me, it's something that I've only come to appreciate over the last 8 years, but it's Luke's sacrifice at the end of The Last Jedi.
Yes, where they clickbaited the fans, we all remember.
There was no fancy lightsaber fight or powerful Force moves. It does demonstrate that Luke was monumentally strong with the Force, projecting himself across the galaxy to help save Rey and the Resistance.
Which turned out to be completely unnecessary because, as we saw in The Rise of Skywalker, his X-Wing was still functional.
What does still frustrate me is that he had to die as a result. It just felt unnecessary. But that...
Yeah, but I'm going to stop you right there, Shill. This is the problem with you Shills. You occasionally swerve into identifying that Disney has screwed you. But because of your slavish devotion to the message, you allow that. You accept it. You clap like a seal for it, which is what you're just about to do before I interrupted.
Doesn't take away my appreciation of his actions.
So if this moment is as great as you say it is, then why is this character today considered one of the most fucked up and botched characters in history? And why is The Last Jedi widely considered by the fan base to be the worst Star Wars movie?
Let's not talk about that.
Even those of you who claim to outright hate Disney Star Wars can't deny that there's at least something that you've enjoyed about Star Wars in the last 15 years.
I enjoy...
What does that have to do with the overall state of the property? Andor was brilliant. Brilliant. So what? I would gladly sacrifice the existence of Andor if I could just undo George Lucas selling Star Wars. What does that have to do with anything, you brainlet?
How easy Disney Star Wars is to criticize, and how easy that criticism triggers you Disney shills to the point that you try to deplatform and demonetize YouTubers.
And so we're saying, YouTube, enforce your terms of service, enforce your community guidelines, recognize these as harmful content, demonetize the channels, and you will see that they will stop.
Bitch, shut up.
Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
That's right. So he says, YouTube demonetize their channels and make them go away. Make them go away, he says. Well, you know what I have to say to that?
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
That's right. We shall never surrender. Now, to close it out, let's have just a little bit of Daniel Day-Lewis, Daniel Plainview greatness from There Will Be Blood, which is it's a dark, that movie is grim dark as hell, but it's so good.
For competition in me. I want no one else to succeed. I hate most people.
That part of me is gone. Working and not succeeding. All my failures has left me. I just don't care.
Well, if it's in me, it's in you. There are times when I look at people and I see nothing worth liking. I want to earn enough money I can get away from everyone.
What will you do about your boy?
I don't know. Maybe it'll change. Has your sound come back to you? I don't know. Maybe no one knows that.
His son, of course, his son is made deaf because of an oil rig explosion in the movie, and now he's revolted by his son because his son is effectively like a cripple. Like he's deaf now, and he can't deal with it, and so he kind of hates. But it's not even his son. It's a child he stole from a worker of his that got killed, and he just appropriated his son as his own. And so he's just basically saying, like, I don't know, if his sound doesn't come back, I don't know what I'll do with him because I can't stand him now.
Doctor might not know that.
Where's his mother?
I don't want to talk about those things. I see the worst in people, Henry. I don't need to look past seeing them to get all I need.
Just such a crazy good performance. So good. I have a competition in me. I want no one else to succeed. So good. By the way, the guy who plays Eli, he has the great thing about this film is he is a greedy oil man shyster who swindles people for money, and he's in this kind of like rivalry with a greedy preacher, a wannabe preacher who doesn't care about money but wants to be like have a following, have a flock, have a congregation. And he's swindling people to get them in his church. And they're both at each other's throats because one of them wants a congregation and the other one wants all the money. And it's just, and it's so great to see like an atheistic, greedy swindler up against this devoutly religious, greedy swindler. And they both hate each other's guts and they both want to control the other. It's like, it's crazy how good of a movie it is. And it's just about that character drama, basically. But anyway, enough about There Will Be Blood. Redoubt Productions got that. Crowbar the Skull says, thank you, Captain, with a $2 super chat. Well, thank you, Crowbar the Skull. Good to have you as always, sir. Redoubt says, There Will Be Blood makes me long for the day we get an adaptation of Meet You in Hell, the biography about Henry Clay Frick and Andrew Carnegie. What can be worse than one Daniel Plainview? Two Daniel Plainviews. Oh, yeah, that would be bad. Daniel Plainview is just such a malevolent character, but not in an overt way. It's like a lot of the film keeps you guessing about whether there's actually like a human being under there, and sort of the film slowly reveals that no, there's not. Like the guy has no redeeming qualities. There's really nothing about him that's good. He's a piece of shit. But it's very fun sort of watching him in this rivalry trying to win against this other piece of shit. I know. It's like you're probably tired of movies that are about bad people. It's one of the few that's worth your time, I would say. After I get extra spicy hot wings, Crowbar the Skull says, there will be no, Crowbar. We've had a lot of overshares in the chat. A lot of overshares this chat. Hey, I didn't overshare. I didn't make any commentary on Yord. I did not make any commentary whatsoever, so I did not overshare. So I would appreciate the same courtesy in the chat. No, I'm just kidding. Mr. Producer, where is my music? There it is. It is that time. Another illustrious Captain's Cast adventure on the Swords of Starships channel comes to an end. And alas, we must part. Parting is such bittersweet sorrow, but we will return in just 7 short days. Another Captain's Cast will launch, and most likely there will be a Ready Room this Wednesday, in which I will be recording reviews, possibly... Well, no, Dexter Resurrection's not yet. I gotta wait till it gets to the final episode, and then we'll do Dexter. But definitely Alien Earth. All right, I got a lot of video editing to do. I got to get back to it, my chat, but I have so enjoyed hanging out with you. Always a pleasure. I am, of course, your host, Captain Garrett of the Source, the Starship channel. Please like and subscribe. It really helps, and I will see you out there.